Chat is here. Game is here. I've rotated around my setup for a variety of reasons, and things are very confused right now. It's fine. Let's see here. I think that when I'm actually playing the game, it will be slightly more visible. Like, I'll actually be facing the camera, but every time I look to check the chat, I'm looking away from the people. It's very weird because every time I look to see the chat, I'm seeing myself as well, and when I see myself, I look like I'm looking away from everything and that it's a terrible view. I'm just going to have to ignore that, and we'll trust that I've got things vaguely appropriately set up, question mark maybe. So, welcome to this stream. Sorry about the delay on it. There's been a little bit of a fascist uprising in my home country. That has influenced my stream schedule because I need to do a bunch of research and try to come to a conclusion about what kind of advice I want to give to people and what kinds of things are the appropriate measures to take. This kind of stuff doesn't really affect me in my life that much. I live in Singapore, but I mean, there's a lot of people I care about over on that continent and over in that country. So yeah. So it took some doing to convince myself that it was extremely important that I stream today. But it is, and I'm going to. If you are concerned about the situation in the United States and you live in the United States, I highly suggest you do your research, keep your eyes out, and be prepared to literally leave the country if you need to escape. I think that's important, that people recognize that we are at a point where there is a decent chance that you're going to have to flee the country. It is that bad, and don't let your normal the bias towards normalcy convince you that this situation isn't at the point where that's a thing you need to consider. You need to consider it. It's something to consider. America's officially a failed state, and it's possible that you won't have to do anything drastic, but it's also possible that you will have to flee for your life. Those are both possibilities. You should prepare for both. You shouldn't panic, but you should be prepared for a situation where you need to take drastic action. And by drastic action in this case, I do mean flee. You're not going to be able to fight fascists. They have all the guns. So, that is that. Everyone stay safe. Try to avoid provoking your fascist neighbors if you can, because they are dangerous, and they're more dangerous now than they ever have been in the past. And so keep your head down. Do what you can to look out for people who are particularly vulnerable in your community. And, I don't know what you can do over there, but this needs to be taken seriously, and it is a legitimate danger to the entire world, not just to the United States. But I think that it's okay in this context for America to be a little selfish and think about itself, because a fascist coup in your country sucks a lot more than a fascist coup in another country. Unless you get nuked by the country that the fascists took over, but that's beside the point. So, stay safe, keep your eyes open, keep your ears open, pay attention. There are groups that have been trying to plan for another attack in the lead up to the inauguration. And those groups have been... The thing that's kind of crazy about this is that the government has done basically nothing, at least as of yet. And despite the fact the government has done basically nothing, but social media companies have started doing stuff that is actually potentially impactful. Google and Apple have both banned a specific application that's been used for organizing this kind of shit. And it's possible that those efforts will be sufficient to prevent the organization on a large enough scale to accomplish something. I have my doubts. I'm of the personal opinion that if we are in as bad a situation in terms of how much infiltration there appears to be of like fascist and other like right-wing extremist groups in United States police and military organizations, it's just a matter of when they decide to pull the trigger. And it's that simple. That the power is all in their hands right now, and there were some promising signs from the media on the day of, where they seemed like they were actually taking this as seriously as they needed to take it. But I don't believe that that has retained. I don't think that that has continued. So I have not seen promising signs since then, and I do think that the problem is not being resolved, which means that again we're leaving all the people who have the capacity to pull the trigger with the power to just pull the trigger. Um, there's the problem in America right now is not Donald Trump. The problem in America right now is that America tolerates fascism. And in many ways, America incites fascism. And this is true for both the left and the right leaning parties. And by that, I'm not saying that like Antifa is a fascist organization. They are an explicitly anti-fascist organization. When I say the left and I put the quotes up, I'm actually talking about the extremely right-wing party of the Democratic Party, the media, which is extremely right-biased, and like if you watch like MSNBC and compare it to a news network in any other country, that network has such an authoritarian bias that it is more similar to the kind of media that you would see in a dictatorship than the kind of media that you would see in a place that actually has any degree of rule of law. And that's, again, the so-called left-leaning organizations. The right-leaning organizations are just flat out saying, we democracy, who needs it? Slavery was amazing. Let me give you the top 10 best things about slavery. That's the right-wing media. The left-wing media is just like, prison industrial complex is awesome. Imperialism is awesome. Coups aren't coups. When the military takes control of a government, that's not a coup, you silly leftists. When the military installs a fascist dictator against the democratically chosen will of the people, that's not a coup. And that happened last year, right? Where they were gaslighting people and pretending that Bernie Sanders was crazy for calling a coup. And it's like, what the fuck is wrong with you people? So the American media landscape, the American cultural consciousness is incredibly authoritarian and incredibly America's been playing this weird edging game with fascism for decades now, and it's been getting worse over the years. And part of the reason, and I can see it getting worse because I'm outside. I can see how bad it's getting just by being like being in a country that isn't going through that, but still having so much access to American media that I can see the difference between the way that Americans talk about things and the way that other people talk about things. When I go to America to visit my family, it's always a very uncomfortable situation because I don't think Americans realize how imperialist they are. I'll talk to people who are perfectly nice people, but being brought up with the idea that your country is the greatest country the world has ever seen damages you as a person. It damages your ability to interact with other human beings and to interact with information that comes from other countries in a way that is tangibly relevant. A good example of how that, like, how obvious that is just thinking about the American response to the concept of Medicare for all. This is a thing that basically everyone is doing, but to Americans, it seems like a radical thing, even though everyone's doing it. It's not radical. It's just a thing that everyone said, oh, well, this is just a thing that we need to do. They implemented it decades ago, and every single one of those countries is performing better than the United States, right? And not everyone has like a system exactly like that, like a system where it's like no cost at the point of service, right? Singapore has a much more convoluted and complicated system, and the system in Singapore is not as good as it could be. As a result, if you look at if you compare the healthcare system in Singapore to the education system in Singapore, I think it's pretty clear that a desire for the best hospitals to be private instead of public has fundamentally damaged the entire system. Because in Singapore, the best schools are public schools, and they're the best schools in the entire world. The Singapore public schooling system is the best schooling system in the entire world. It's completely publicly funded. And if the healthcare system was similar, if it was similarly invested in, and they put in the work to accomplish similar goals, then it could be the best system in the world as well. It's not, and I think the reason that it's not is in large part due to people wanting to retain this like private market that couldn't sustain itself if it wasn't as good as the public sector. Because that's something to bear in mind. With schooling, people are more willing to tolerate bad schooling, particularly rich people who don't necessarily want their kids educated effectively because they have specific things that they want. Rich people don't need their kids schooled effectively. They don't need them to have an education. They need them to be basically put around other rich people so that they can basically collate all of their capital together to create influence. The basic gist is that private schools have a utility for rich people, even if they get a worse education out of it. Whereas the same is not true for thingers like for healthcare. So for education, it's easy to think that education is the entire purpose of it, but it's not. Socialization is very important, and there's a lot of dynamics there where the rich people want to keep their kids socializing with other rich people so that they don't realize how much the rest of the world is getting fucked by them. But also so that, like, they can make relationships with other people that have capital so that they can do stuff that's more valuable to their success than actually knowing what they're doing. Connections are very important in capitalism. Anyway, America has a very difficult time acknowledging that the rest of the world exists, this is something that it has taken a long time for me in my life to really grasp. It's been taken a long time for me to really get an idea behind. But I find that every time that I visit the United States, I'm a little bit more uncomfortable with how backward the country's getting. I've been like feeling like my country was kind of falling apart for a long time now. And when shortly after leaving, um, just watching the news and watching all the horrible things that people were doing, watching the white supremacist violence just continue escalating, I I kind of felt like someone who got out of Nazi Germany early. Um, but over time, I've gotten used to the idea that my country is kind of fascist, and I've been very concerned about its continual decline, and I've been, trying to talk to my family and my friends overseas and in America and explain to them how dangerous what's happening is, and how like the whole system is designed to sort of prop up these ideas. You have the fascists on the one side who are continuously pulling the Overton window toward themselves, and then the mainstream left-leaning party never fights back. If they do fight back, they fight back on something in a meaningless way. I was watching an interview with Colbert talking to a congresswoman, and just recently, during the attack, basically, I think this was within hours of the attack, and when he talked about people facing consequences for starting this, she deflected from the people who actually incited the attack to the people who did the attack, and was basically saying that the people who actually did the attack were these horrible human beings. And one of that's a big problem, because the problem isn't that those people are all horrible human beings. Some of them are. Some of them like have horrific ideas. But a large portion of the people who were there because they legitimately believed that their democracy had fallen, and they were trying to take it back, because to them the election had been rigged. And if the election is rigged, what do you expect people to do? I mean, what are you expected to do? If you legitimately believe that your democracy has been overwritten, revolution is your only option. Like, what are you going to do? Vote them out? You can't. There's no way to vote because they took your vote away. So the problem is not all of the people that were there. Some of the people that were there were not people who legitimately believe this stuff. Some of those people were people that benefit from the people who legitimately believe that stuff. Because what has basically happened in the United States is that the fascists have convinced a large swath of the American public that they are the defenders of democracy. That's what's happened in America, is that fascists have been telling people that leftists are the enemy, and that those are the people who want to destroy democracy. And the reason they can get away with saying that is because no one understands what the left and the right believe, fundamentally. Because neoliberal capitalism doesn't want you to understand what the right and the left believe. So when they think of authoritarian regimes, they think of communists. But it's more appropriate to call the nations that are authoritarian, state monopoly nations, so like Soviet Union and China and those kinds of nations, those aren't communist nations. Um, because they have a state. And if you have a state, you don't have communism. I'm sorry to break it to you, but if there's a state, you're not a communist. So, but beyond that, and that's a very complicated like political thing, getting into like the theory on like all these fucking old dead white people and what they believed is irrelevant because we live in the modern age, and their ideas are still interesting in some ways, but they're not terribly relevant. The idea of the exploitation of the proletariat fundamentally relies on the idea that wealth requires the proletariat, but with robotics and the way that and the automation that it exists these days, the proletariat is not it's not that important. Seizing the means of production means something very different in a world where the means of production are a factory than when the means of production are copyright, because copyright is where the entirety of the economy rests on from a practical perspective. The majority of the economy is built into copyright law at this point because tangible physical goods are almost completely irrelevant. Building a thing is trivially easy. The reason that an iPhone costs as much as it does is because they have intellectual property law protecting their right to be the sole distributor and sole creator of that object. Anyone could make an iPhone and drop that price down to, $5 a phone, if not for the fact that the state will come in and arrest you if you try. So we're in a fundamentally different arena than we used to be with regards to that kind of stuff. The deportation of labor into the global south is anyway. The situation's really bad. People don't have a very solid understanding of what's going on, and the organizations that are supposed to hold people accountable are simply not doing it. And particularly, they do not hold cops accountable. And because they do not hold cops accountable, and cops have been infiltrated by white supremacist groups, and that's been a national security problem for decades that's been growing and growing and growing and growing. I don't know that there's anything to stand in the way of the cops just declaring themselves king. So when you look at when you look at these protests and you go, where are the cops? When you're looking at these insurgencies, because you look at these images and you're like, where the fuck are all the cops? I've been to DC. DC is never that unprotected. There's the Capitol building. It's not normal. On a normal day, there's more cops than that. Where the fuck are all the cops? And the answer to that question is they took off their uniforms and they're on the other side. And that's pretty clear, because anytime one of these people gets identified, they're either a YouTube personality or a cop, either ex-police or current police, or ex-military or current military. Those are the people who invaded the Capitol. And when the media talks about it, they say like, oh, well, the cops, like, what, there was a failure of intelligence, and oh, these people like underestimated the threat. They didn't underestimate the threat. What happened is the people who are moles, the white nationalists, decided that they were going to make this terrorist attack happen. So they actively perpetrated it, and they're the people who took off their uniforms. There were a bunch of other people who turned a blind eye and didn't do anything, and there were a bunch of people who got thrown under the bus, who wouldn't support a white supremacist attack on the Capitol. And so they were put in charge of defending the Capitol. At least some of them were. And you can see this in the videos that you can get from that event. When you look at the videos and you see the cops opening gates, waving the rioters into the building, and actively aiding and abetting them by telling them where people's offices are, how to find Nancy Pelosi's office, who do you think told them? It was the cops. We have reporters who are telling us that they have firsthand account of just watching the cops just tell people, give people directions to the offices that they want to sack. Those cops are in on it. Those are instigators. Those are people who are actively helping the white supremacists. The cops that are doing selfies with the protesters, with the fucking people who are inside the building after having broken their way inside, those cops that are taking selfies with them, the cops that are saying, oh, well, the doors up there are locked, so just let them through and just let them do their thing. Those cops are the passives. They're just not taking a side. They're not willing to do anything. And then the cop who got his head bludgeoned in with a fire extinguisher, that guy, and I think another cop died too. Those cops are the ones that were thrown under the bus by the other cops. By both the people who were being passive and saying, the doors are locked. Why do you think the doors are locked? One of your friends unlocked the door. Congratulations. The door's no longer locked, and they're now inside. Those cops who are dead because their comrades in arms sold them out. That's why they're dead. The Capitol was sacked, and it was sacked. If you look at the interior of that building, the building was sacked. And it's going to be very difficult to know what information was taken, who took it, and who has access to it now. And we might never know what state secrets were stolen from that building. When people make comparisons between what these people did and Black Lives Matter protesters allegedly setting a target on fire, because who knows, it could have been the cops. When people make those kinds of comparisons, you're talking about the difference between setting fire to an empty building and invading the capital of the United States of America, stealing state secrets, installing pipe bombs, and trying to fucking kill the heads of government of the largest country in the world. These are not similar things. And when the right wing tries to convince you that they're similar, or when the fucking useless people in the media try to, both sides this bullshit, saw people on MSNBC while this was happening who were both sidesing it because they didn't realize the scope of what was going on, because they saw a bunch of white people invading the Capitol, and they just went, I mean, this is basically like when BLM is, setting fire to it. No! It's not at all. This is America's Kristallnacht. That's what this is. This is the event that people are going to talk about for the next 100 years. And America's either going to wake up and figure out we need to do something now about our completely out of control police force, or these police riots are going to result in a full-on police coup. It's called a police state for a reason. People seem to think that the leftists who hate the police are going to install a police state. But let me tell you, the people who install a fucking police state are the goddamn police. The police make police states. You can't have a police state without police. So that all these anti-gun people who want to take away the guns from everyone, including the cops, and want to lower the size of the military, are not the people that are going to militarily annex everything and fucking shoot everyone. The people who want to use their guns to shoot other human beings are the ones that are going to use guns to kill people and who are going to install a police state. And weirdly enough, there's a huge amount of overlap between the people who want to use guns to kill people and the people who we give guns to with the express intention that they're not going to use them to kill people, also known as the cops. We're in a bad position. We're in a bad position. I'm stressed out. I wasn't actually intending to talk about any of this today. I've got a whole post on my Discord for people who are curious about, like, the steps that I think people should take. In a nutshell, you should be prepared to leave the country with 3 days' notice. If something like this happens again, only the noose gets used and the pipe bombs go off and the government is exterminated, you need to be ready to be a refugee in Canada or Mexico. Okay? Canada and Mexico are real countries. They exist. And you can take refuge in them. These are things that you can do. They're really out there. Other countries exist. They're real. They have governments. They can protect you. Okay? These are things that exist. Be ready to escape if you need to. You don't necessarily need to expect that you're going to need to escape, but we're on very much red alert from now until basically a shit ton of police officers get arrested. And if a shit ton of police officers don't get arrested, we'll be on red alert until they pull that trigger. Because it's going to happen eventually. Eventually they're going to pull the trigger. So we're on high alert. Be ready to escape the country. If you live in DC, get the fuck out, man. Don't be in DC right now. If you live in DC, you need to go. You need to leave. If you can. If you can't leave, and I understand that it's hard because the fascists have been habitually keeping you impoverished. That's not true. It's not the fascists that have been keeping you impoverished. It's the capitalists who have been keeping you impoverished. The fascists are just helping them out this one time. Fascists have been helping for quite a while, but the capitalists are the ones doing that. If you can't get out of DC, then I feel for you, and I hope that you're safe. And I know that you're not safe, but I hope that you are not hurt, and that you are as safe as you can be. And make plans with the understanding that as long as America refuses to even look at the problem that it has, as long as it refuses to acknowledge that, to be frank, speech is dangerous. It is illegal to shout fire in a crowded theater in America. That is illegal. But when it comes to talking about basically, and we have slander laws, we have libel laws. Defamation in America is something that you can be sued for. Terroristic threats are criminal behavior. There's a lot of things that are considered criminal speech. And at a certain point, we have to ask ourselves, how long are we going to allow people to tell people that the only way to save their democracy is to kill the government. Because they're not saying the last part out loud. This is the thing. They're not saying the last part out loud. They're not saying you need to go kill everybody. But what they're saying is that the democratic process has been corrupted, so your vote doesn't matter, and that your protests don't matter because that relies on the democratic process. And they basically tell you none of the things that aren't violence will save your democracy. And then they'll say stuff like, we need a trial by combat. And they have their plausible deniability that they're not inciting violence, but that's exactly what they're doing. They're constructing an argument that implicitly supports violence. They're constructing a worldview for their listeners, for their viewers, that is an explicitly violent one. People who listen to them believe that the only way to save the world is to kill people. And if they're right, I actually don't have a problem with that. Because sometimes violence is necessary. I'm not actually a pacifist. I don't believe that violence is never necessary. I don't think that violence is usually necessary, and I think that the implicit threat of background violence is sufficient to keep people under control. That's the whole point. That's how law and order works. Law and order works with the implicit threat of violence from the police. But when the police actually perpetrate violence, usually they didn't need to. Because usually the implicit threat and understanding that they can be arrested, which is a violent act, is sufficient. So long as people actually expect it to happen. But when it comes to America's defamation laws, they are overly generous in a world. They are overly generous to offenders in a world like the one that we live in. People can just lie about the state of the world and the state of democracy. And unless you can prove not only that what they're saying is false, but that they believed it was false when they said it, and not only did they believe it was false when they said it, but also that the only reason they said it was to harm the other person. Unless you can prove those three things, all at the same time, you can't sue someone for defamation as a public figure. And what that means is that if somebody is telling lies about a public figure, like say that they're a pedophile who is trying to overthrow democracy, the courts and no one with any sort of authority have the ability to actually look at the evidence and weigh whether it's accurate or not. Because if you sue them for defamation, it doesn't matter whether what they're saying is wrong. And it doesn't even matter if what they know what they're saying is wrong. Because if they're saying something false that they know is false, and the reason that they're saying it is because they want to make mad cash off their Patreon people, if they're just a grifter who they don't give a shit about you, they're attacking you, they're sicking fucking men with machine guns on you. But they're not doing it to hurt you. Hurting you is just something they don't care about. They don't care whether they hurt you or not. All they care about is the cash. And that's why all of these right-wing grifters who are just talking out of their ass, there's nothing to stop them in the American legal code. You can't pull that shit in Singapore. You can't just lie about the government in Singapore. They'll sue you for defamation. And then you have to prove that you're right. And if you prove that you're right, which The Singapore legal system isn't perfect, right? Do I trust the Singapore judicial system? I don't know. But do I want to live in a world where random crazy people who just want to make money have found a viable grift in convincing people that their democracy is crumbling and that a ring of pedophile, demon-worshipping Democrats control the world and use, ghost jism from Hugo Chavez to manipulate election results, and that, the person who obviously lost the election actually not only won the election, but won in every state, including states like California. And it's not, to me, incredulous that people believe these people. I spend my whole life educating myself. I spend my entire life. What am I doing? I'm a fucking house husband. I sit here, I read, I play video games for a few hours a week, right? I'm playing maybe if I'm actually on schedule, 20 hours a week of me playing these video games for y'all. The rest of my time I'm spending doing research into the nature of the world, the nature of politics, and the nature of what's going on. I know so much shit about the world that most people will never have the ability to have because they're spending all their life working. They're grinding it out. I don't blame people for not knowing what's going on when someone is actively and deliberately targeting them with misinformation. I don't hold it against these people. The people who legitimately think that there's this demonic cabal of Democrats out there, I don't hold it against them. I hold it against the people who told that lie in the first place. When the guy, what was it? It was Pizzagate, is that what it was? When the guy walked into that pizza place with that gun because he thought that there was a ring of pedophiles in there, my first thought was, well, it's about fucking time. All you assholes have been just sitting around. You legitimately believed that this place was a ring of pedophiles and you just allowed it to stand? And that's the problem, is that he was wrong and people could have easily died because of what he did. But he didn't consent to being lied to. I've been thinking about consent a lot recently. Consent, I think, is an important concept. If you don't understand the world and you're working off of very bad information, you're responsible for doing the right thing with the information that you have and making the right decisions with the information that you have. And some of the people who were storming the Capitol building were not doing that because they were fascists. And they believe that they should be in charge of everything. And that's not acceptable. But some of the people who were there and who were storming that place thought that they were liberating the Capitol. They actually thought that. They thought they were liberating the Capitol from the cabal of demon-worshipping pedophiles that had captured it. And they thought that the cops were going to be on their side. And they thought that the military was going to be on their side. And they thought that they would be heralded as heroes. And they legitimately believed that. The people who made that decision, I don't hold it against them. I don't. Because they don't know. They didn't consent to being used by fascists to push an anti-democratic agenda. They did not consent to the idea that we should just not have democracy anymore. The fact that that was going to be the consequence of their actions
doesn't mean that they consented to that. That's not what they were trying to accomplish. And they did not have a reasonable way of knowing that that is the case. Because in America, the way that American media works, the way that American public discourse works, is in America, the fascists. Sorry, not the fascists. In America, first what happens is the capitalists will piss in your face and then tell you that it's raining. And you can smell it. It's dripping off of you. Your eyes are stinging. It's not water. You know it's not water in your face. You know they're lying to you. And that's what you get from MSNBC. That's what you get from CNN. That's what you get from all of the mainstream media. That's what you get from most of the non-mainstream media. That's what you get when you talk to your parents about America. That's what you get about anywhere you look in America, is just pull yourself up by your bootstraps. That's what America tells you. And then the fascists come along and they start telling people, you know, you're getting pissed on, right? And the person goes, yeah, I know. It's fucking terrible. And you can't see because they're pissing in your face. You can't see. Your eyes aren't open because they're literally peeing in them. You can't see who's doing it to you. And the fascist says, it's the Jews and the blacks and the gays and the trans people. That's who's doing this to you. That is who is peeing on you. And that fascist who tells you that it's the Jews and the blacks and the trans and the blah, 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 that's the first person in your life who acknowledges that someone's peeing in your face. If you're in America, the first person, and probably the only person in your goddamn life, who's going to admit, who's going to tell you, yeah, someone's pissing on you, that sucks. Let's make them stop. That's who tells you that you're getting peed on. And in America, there's no left information. You can't get any information from any sort of left-leaning organization in the world. Left-leaning discourse and left-leaning, like, just thought has been systematically purged by American imperialism from most of the world. I realized something recently about Singapore. Singapore is a very left-leaning country in terms of their actual policies. But they're a very right-leaning policy. They're a very conservative country when you look at them from the outside. And even when you look at them from the inside, they're very conservative. Historically, they've been pretty racist. They're very slow to move on social issues. They're very performatively conservative. And the reason that Singapore has been allowed to exist is because of that performative conservatism. And I strongly believe that. Because Singapore is probably one of the most socialist countries in the world. And countries like Singapore are not allowed to continue to exist by the United States. Countries like Singapore get either invaded or they get couped by the CIA. And these are just facts. We just know that that's true. Left-leaning countries in the world get the CIA to do a fascist coup on them. That's publicly available documents right there, right? The CIA's, during the Cold War, just fucking mass executing all of the socialists in the world is something that's well known. And then people look at all the socialist countries that allied with the Soviet Union, which was not socialist, and go, oh well, look, they're all the socialists are bad because they're teaming up with the USSR. Without any, and they know this, the people who were doing it originally, but the propagandists know this, but they don't. And I think a lot of propagandists don't necessarily know it. I think it's a mistake to assume that the propagandists know that what they're doing is propaganda. The best propagandist is someone who believes their own bullshit. But you'll have people who are simultaneously exterminating every socialist country in the world. And then when socialist countries start allying themselves with the only country that will ally with them to protect themselves against the United States, they say, see, the socialists are bad because they're allying with the USSR. We need to destroy them. So they'll use the fact that they are trying to protect themselves from America as casus belli to destroy them. And I don't like the Soviet Union. There's been a lot of countries that called themselves socialist in the past who have been terrible. And there's probably been countries in the past that are objectively kind of socialist that have been terrible. But we also kind of exterminated the vast majority of socialist nations that existed. So how, like, and that's, as I'm an American, that was my country that did that. That was us. How many countries do you know in the world? Think about this. As someone who is an American who lives overseas, and I have friends in many countries, and I recently was contemplating this. How many people do you know? Like, if you were to ask the people that you know, how many countries has your country invaded in your lifetime? How many people do you know? How many countries do you think have residents that have a number that's larger than one, maybe two? Even if you go with the more aggressive countries, let's talk Russia. Russia's invaded what? Half dozen countries. Obviously, the Soviet Union invaded countries before, but that was fundamentally a different nation. But Russia, which is not remotely defending Russia here, let's be clear, terrible nation. I'm sure there's plenty of good people in the nation. The structure, the actual structure is what is bad. And obviously, it's a dictatorship, but so the structure is largely defined by the person who's in charge. But even if someone else was in charge, it would still be a terrible structure that would result in the same kinds of problems, right? Same is true with China. And both of those countries have done a whole lot of shit. None of them have the kind of invasion count that, if I went back to just the last 10 years, my country's invaded more people in the last 10 years than China's invaded in my entire lifetime. How are we the good guys? We're invading everyone. And that's the fundamental lie that Americans are told. They're told that, we live in the greatest democracy on earth and we're trying to expand that democracy. But socialism is just the expansion of democracy into the economic sphere. It's saying democracy should exist in your company, in your work, and in your politics. Right? The idea that, hey, capitalism is inherently tyrannical. It's saying that one person should own the thing that other people need to work in order to survive. That's a tyranny. And it's an economic tyranny, but it is a tyranny. It's just the absolute control of one person as opposed to the democratic control of the people who live there. Because you live at your company. You spend most of your time at your company. You live there. That is like your country. So why shouldn't you have democratic control over that? Why shouldn't you own your own labor? And obviously, it's complicated. The economics of all that is complicated. But you can't go around like mass exterminating every socialist country in the world and then claim to be the bastions of democracy. It's just not appropriate. It's just wrong. So that's my country. And I bring up these kinds of things not because they are like, not to say like, ooh, America bad, because America's done a lot of bad shit. And it is to a large degree a crusader state. That's what it is. It never really evolved past that point. They never really interacted with the French Revolution in any meaningful way. The expansion of democracy that occurred in the French Revolution and beyond kind of skipped America. Legitimately speaking, America is a less functional democracy than almost any democracy in Europe or anywhere else in the world, because it's not really a democracy. It's kind of it's a modified crusader state. And a crusader state is basically a state that is created when you invade a foreign country of infidels and then forcibly enslave them. That's a crusader state, right? So you're basically eliminating all of the local hierarchy and replacing it with your own. And that's what the United States is. It's a crusader state. Now, for the most part, it's a crusader state where most of the local population has been subjugated to very tiny percentages of the population, and the crusaders are the ones who are in control of most things now. But it hasn't changed the core conceit of what it is. The fundamentals of who has power have not changed much. And that has a huge influence on everyone. And the reason that I brought up Singapore was because I realized recently that I read a book, and my views on the Vietnam War were largely non-existent until I read Lee Kuan Yew's book. Lee Kuan Yew is one of the most influential figures in Singapore's history. He was the first prime minister. He was prime minister for a very long time. And he was a brilliant man who managed to accomplish some very impressive things. And, like, he was not perfect, but he saved Singapore. He saved Singapore. I think that there's a very high chance that if there wasn't someone like Lee Kuan Yew around in the early days, the Chinese population of Singapore would have been mostly exterminated in racial riots and invasions by its neighbors. I don't think that a Chinese majority nation could have survived in the way that it did after World War II basically made the British flee. The British basically abandoned Southeast Asia. They abandoned all their colonies to the Japanese during World War II. And then the Japanese started massacring everyone. So yeah, that was great. But Lee Kuan Yew in his book talks about how important the bulwark against the encroachment of the communists was. And things like the Vietnam War and things like that he said were important. And I realized recently, I think I realized this a few months ago, that I don't know if he was telling the truth. And I'll never know. Because my country exists. It's kind of a weird statement. But as I was talking about the conservative theater that Singapore engages in, and how that's the only reason that it's survived as a country. And I legitimately believe that is the case, that the only reason that Singapore has survived as a country is because of the conservative theater that makes the fascists in America believe that they're on America's side. Don't worry, if you let us live, we'll just persecute all of the people in our country. Don't even worry about it. And then they just don't, and then they don't do it. But they act like the kind of country that would. Legitimate, they do. So when Lee Kuan Yew says that, the bulwark was important, and that the Vietnam War was important, and protecting, Southeast Asia from the communists is important, I don't know if that's his legitimate belief, or if he's just engaging in kabuki. I don't know if he's just lying to appease my country, to prevent my country from invading his. And he's dead now. Lee Kuan Yew's dead now. And I will never know whether that belief was a legitimate belief or something that he just said to appease the Americans. And I don't know how much of Singapore's conservative, bent is the Singapore government saying, look, we cannot talk about any of the economic systems that we have in place to help our citizens, because if we do, the United States will initiate a coup. I don't know. I don't know how much that's something, because I guarantee you that that's something that every small nation, especially outside of Europe, but even in Europe, every small nation in the world has to think about, if I say this, will the CIA target me next? And America's been getting, some progressives in office. They've been getting people talking about Medicare for all. They've been getting all this stuff. And they're talking about all these things that, all the countries that they sicked the CIA on were destroyed for, the things that they were trying to do. And I don't think that it is strange that a country that has propped up fascism in so many parts of the world for so long, when they start seeing some actual leftist sentiment growing in their own country, they decide to start a fascist coup. I don't think that that's unusual. I don't think that that's strange. I'm not saying the CIA did it. I mean, I'm sure there were people in the CIA who were involved, because they're cops. And the cops are the people who support the fascists. That's just objectively the case. Look at any of the people whose names we know. They're either internet personalities, or they're cops, or military. Those are the people who invaded the Capitol. Those are the people that are at Trump rallies. Those are the people that are, protesting against Black Lives Matter. That's the people that are fascists. The fascists are your military. The fascists are your cops. Because the fascists are all about the authoritarian control of the state. So they obviously are going to take control of the police. Right? The fascists want a monopoly on violence. You know who has a monopoly on violence? Domestically, it's the cops. Internationally, it's the military. So where the fuck do you think they're going to be? The people who like violence are going to be in the violent professions, the places that you have a monopoly on violence. And I don't as far as I can tell, America doesn't seem willing to acknowledge that yet. They're too scared of the cops. Anytime I see American TV hosts dancing around the idea of like how many cops are involved in all this shit and how the cops are always doing all this bad shit. Anytime you see them just use the weaseliest language to try to get out of holding cops accountable for their actions, I am reminded of when I was a child and there was a newspaper in Europe somewhere that got death threats or something. Like, I think a journalist got death threats for using the word Muhammad or something like that. And these, like, you know, crazy, you know, like extremist Muslim groups started sending death threats for that. And how like US media was not willing to go there. And like I remember there was a South Park episode where they actually edited Muhammad out of the episode because of death threats. And every time the United States avoids holding police accountable or holding the military accountable for their actions, that's what I think of. I think of people who are too afraid of violent thugs to protect their freedom of speech. That's what I think of every time. And the self-regulation does not work. You can't put the fox in charge of the henhouse. And if you pay attention to the United States, both their media and their politics, the people who come down the harshest against Donald Trump and the fascists are not the Democrats. They're not even people like the Squad, not even people like AOC. AOC is not Trump's harshest critic. Trump's harshest critics come from the right. They're other Republicans. And the reason for that is that the right wing in America has a monopoly on going on the offense. They're the only ones who are allowed to stand for something and make a statement. And so they're expected to basically self-govern. When the right wing goes too far, they're expected to handle it internally. Well, the Democrats just go, I've never. And they're just useless. And the lie that Americans are told is that the Democrats are on the left, and they're not. They're not. They're the goalie. They're the goalie for the right wing. They're there to prevent the left from scoring. The right wing is there to score for the right wing. The conservative parties are there. The libertarians, the Republicans, all these groups, they're there to score goals for, at the end of the day, fascism. And the Democrats are there to do nothing and allow them to score. And, worst case scenario, if some, uppity leftists start making too much noise, to aggressively go after them and put them down. Who are the harshest critics of Bernie Sanders? It's not Trump. Trump doesn't talk shit about Sanders. Trump doesn't give a shit about Sanders. It's not the Republicans generally. They'll talk about him being a socialist, but I mean, he's not going to disagree with them about him being a socialist, so it's not really an insult that sticks. So who is it? It's the Democrats. It's the Democrats. It's the left-wing media. Fox News isn't going after Bernie Sanders all day. They'll go after AOC. They'll go after the Squad because they're women. They hate women. Just the idea of a woman in power just angers the hell out of these people. So, but generally, when it comes to just leftist philosophy and leftist thought, it's the Democrats who shut that shit down. And it's the Republicans who are supposed to shut down fascist thought. That's then their weird treaty that they've had to maintain neoliberal bullshittery. Is just like, okay, well, you keep the fascists from rising up and we'll keep the communists from rising up, and then we'll just maintain the status quo. And that's been their whole thing for decades. But it doesn't work because the Republican Party has been an anti-democratic party for decades. They've been actively trying to suppress the vote ever since black people and women got the right to. And the same types of people, not necessarily, they weren't called Republicans at the time, but the same types of people were trying to suppress the vote of, people like me. I'm Irish. We haven't always had the right to vote. Interestingly enough, women didn't officially lose the right to vote until there was a workers' uprising. A bunch of, basically working class white men were rebelling because the government promised them a bunch of things and then didn't deliver on them. And what they did was say, oh, okay, well, what we'll do is we'll make it so that every man who owns property will have the right to vote. And we'll make it so that, and then eventually it's like, okay, well, every man will have the right to vote. But the thing that's interesting is that back in the day, before they removed the property restriction, before they removed the property requirement, not restriction, before they removed the property requirement, technically speaking, if a black man owned property, he could vote in a lot of the states. Now that would be complicated for that to actually happen. It would not be trivial for that to be a thing that would happen, but it could have happened because black people were also not defined as slaves. They were in the context of the American, colonies, they were pretty much the only people who could be enslaved because in the British Empire, it was illegal to enslave a Christian, and all the white people that they would be kidnapping would be Christians, so they wouldn't be able to enslave them. There would be some white people that would be eligible for slavery back then, but it would have been a lot more expensive to kidnap them and move them over because that would be like Eastern Europeans, and Eastern Europeans, it turns out, are not terribly close to South America and Central America. So, anyway, history is a weird thing, and it's not over. We haven't reached the end of history. It is very dangerous to believe we've reached the end of history. And we're in a very dangerous position right now. And the fact that we've invented nuclear weapons
and are in this position again is a little terrifying to me, to be honest. But if the right people who have the power right now are willing to admit to the problems that we have, and we have global problems with the way that the world works, but America's to a large degree the source of a lot of those problems, like more problems than you realize. Like, people outside of America are often like annoyed by how like Americans tend to believe that the world revolves around them. But the fact of the matter is, Americans don't believe the world revolves around them. Americans generally don't acknowledge that the world exists at all. They just don't really acknowledge that the world outside the United States is real and that the people in those countries are people. They don't. They don't think of you as a person. You're an abstract concept to them. Having lived outside the United States for a long time, done my research on imperialism, capitalism, the way the world is right now, the world does revolve around America. After World War II, Europe ceded its leadership position in the world. Europe just decided that they were going to be insular and only take care of themselves. They were going to abandon all their colonies to all sorts of violent insurrection, all sorts of bad shit. And it's not entirely bad that they stopped enslaving people. I'm not going to say that it's bad to stop enslaving people, but the way that you do it matters, because they kept all the wealth that they stole from those people. And then once they gave them the, self-governance, what happens? America steps in and says, well, you can govern yourselves, but if you step out of line and you start demanding too much, you start wanting to benefit from your own wealth, then we'll crush you. And where was Europe? Europe say, no, America, you shouldn't start going around ransacking our former colonies. Where was Europe when China decided that it was just going to annex Hong Kong? They had no right to Hong Kong. So, one could argue that Hong Kong should have been ceded to Taiwan. Now, that might seem very strange, but the People's Republic of China has never owned Hong Kong. They've never owned Taiwan either, but they've never owned Hong Kong. You know who did at one point control Hong Kong is the Republic of China, also known as Taiwan. Taiwan is the Republic of China. That's the literal name of the government, actually. So, and it's kind of funny, actually, because Taiwan was a recent acquisition, and they never really thought of themselves as part of the Chinese Empire, and yada, yada, yada. It's a whole thing. It's complicated. But technically speaking, if you wanted to be a rules lawyer about it, which is the only reason why you would ever cede Hong Kong to the People's Republic of China in the first place, technically speaking, Taiwan has a stronger de jure claim on Hong Kong than the People's Republic of China does. Taiwan can rightfully say, you bought that country, you bought that territory from us. Because again, when they bought it, the territory in question was not controlled by the entity that currently controls mainland China. Fun facts. So anyway, Europe has just been abandoning stuff and just acting like they don't matter. So Europe doesn't matter.
geopolitically, Europe doesn't really matter. They just allow everyone in the world to do whatever bad shit they're going to do, and they sit back and take control of their first cousins. Because most of the countries in Europe are small nations. They're small nations. They didn't bring their slaves back with them. When Norway was enslaving people, they didn't bring the slaves back home. They left the slaves out in the third world. So now they're benefiting from the fact that they enslaved a bunch of people for a long ass time. They've never paid any reparations for that. They never gave any shits about that. Norway's just as insular and bullshittery as most Americans are. But they get a pass because everyone in their country is like their third cousin max. And they're willing to take care of people who are their third cousins. There's only 5 million people in the entire country. It's as tiny as Singapore, and you can't even see Singapore on a map. Most major cities in the world have a larger population than a lot of European countries do. And that's an important thing to think about. Doesn't mean that there's anything wrong with these countries inherently. Not today. I don't hold current Norwegians responsible for all of the raping and pillaging that their ancestors did, even if it was reasonably recent. But I do have to hold them somewhat accountable for the fact that America goes and strong arms all these third world countries, and all of Europe benefits from that. America is the attack dog for the entire West. So the fact that Norway isn't specifically invading people, they're still benefiting from all the invasions that America's doing. They're not really condemning them in any meaningful way. And they can't. They're a tiny country. They don't have the power to, but the EU does. The EU has the ability to put meaningful, stopgaps. The EU has the ability to say, you know what? When Russia gets out of line, we're going to ally ourselves with America to convince Russia to stop. When China gets out of line, we're going to ally ourselves with America or Russia to get them to stop. When America gets out of line, we're going to ally ourselves with China or Russia to get them to stop. And Europe has generally been reluctant to do that. They haven't really had any interest in throwing any of their massive weight around. And that's unfortunate, because they do have a lot of weight, but they don't use it. Well, they do use it, but they only use it to protect themselves. They don't give a shit about anyone in the third world. So, and that, to a degree, it comes back full circle back to the situation with what happened in the Capitol with the cops. You have the people who are actively committing the crimes. You have the people who are just looking the other way. And then you have the people who are lying bleeding on the ground with their heads bashed in. And that's the world. America is the people who are instigating the violence. The Europeans are the ones who are just passively allowing it. And the third world is just getting obliterated by American imperialism. It's the same thing. It's the same dynamic. And that's because that kind of dynamic is very common. We can do better. We can do a lot better. We don't have to be in a world that is full of hate. We don't have to be in a world that's full of people who are lied to. We don't have to be in a world where a bunch of people who are not terribly productive are being kept in poverty for legitimately no discernible reason other than to keep specific people in charge and in power. Because when I talk about like Norway and all these countries benefiting from the extraction of resources from the global south and the exploitation of those people, they don't benefit that much, really. They're not really benefiting from it. They're benefiting more from that than if they were the ones being exploited. But a less exploitative system would be better for everyone. If I could just make a factory and just say, just download the schematics for iPhones and just make some. If anyone could just do that, that's a better world. That's a much better world than the world where the people who hold the monopoly export the labor out to China, who then enslaves their people for the benefit of the like 2 people who benefit from all that wealth accumulation. And like it's easy to bring up like innovation and research costs, but to be perfectly frank, none of these companies do any research or innovation. They just take technology that's made by the Defense Department of the United States on the taxpayer's dime, and they're just given a license to own it. This technology that someone else made. Specifically, the people made. Collectively, by paying their taxes, which Apple doesn't feel the need to pay. Apple doesn't pay any taxes to the US government. So why do they get to benefit from all of the US government's shit? Why do they get to just say, okay, well now we own this thing that was made by the public, by the taxpayers? It's crazy. Intellectual property law is going to be the death of society. In a very real way. Right now, the vast majority of the economy, and the vast majority of exploitation in particular, but the economy in general, is predominantly run off of intellectual property law. And if you try to use the information that exists in the world to make something, you will be imprisoned. And when people think about copyright law, they're usually thinking like DMCA takedowns and shit like that. But that's not all that intellectual property is. Intellectual property is Apple licensing the name Apple from one of its subsidiaries to allow it to dump all of its profit into Luxembourg, where there's no taxes. So they don't have to pay taxes anywhere. And the way that they do that is complicated and through various shell organizations and things like that. You know, like, intellectual property law is, I can't just make a phone. I can't just build a phone. I can't sell one anyway. If I try to build a phone, I'm going to get sued out of existence. Even if I make all of the pieces myself, if I were to take and just independently create things that meet the purposes of a phone, and none of the shit that I am making and using is patented by anyone, they'll take something that looks kind of like it if you look at it cockwise, like you cock your eyes a bit and cock your head a bit, it looks kind of like it, and then they'll sue you for that. And ostensibly they will lose the lawsuit eventually, but they won't lose the lawsuit if I run out of money to protect myself before the legal challenge goes through. If I can't continue to defend myself in court because I run out of money, because I can't sell my product because there's an ongoing lawsuit about whether I'm allowed to, so I have no money to sell the product. So even though they don't actually have a legitimate claim, if I don't have enough money on hand, they can just sue to prevent me from selling my product that competes with them, even though they have no right to. They have the right to sue. And they have the right to stop their competition from existing unless that competition has enough money to defend themselves from the lawsuits. And that's the issue with the way that that's one of the issues with the way that our legal system operates. But that's basically, I was talking to someone kind of recently, and they were talking about how, like, there's, certainly problems with copyright law and edge cases and blah, 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 blah. I was telling them there's nothing but edge cases. There's nothing but exploitation with the way that the system currently operates. It's just exploitation. And, I do think that an artist should have the ability, if somebody's profiting off of the work of an artist, I think that artist should be profiting. If I make something, I don't want Amazon to be able to sell it and not pay me. But the way that our copyright law currently works is not like that. The way our copyright law currently works and the way that intellectual property law works is not that if anyone's profiting off of it, then I am as well. It's, I have the ability to tyrannically control it, the information that I have created, in a way that I could just decide, well, you know what? This thing that I created, no one should have it anymore, and just prevent people from having it. And now it's just illegal for it to exist. And I can see how people could think that because you created it, you deserve that kind of control. But we generally don't allow parents to murder their offspring. It's not the same thing, because obviously, ideas and, video games and whatever they're not autonomous creatures with feelings. But I don't know that creating something does give me the right to say that, to destroy it. To just unilaterally decide that all of these people who now have a vested interest in it don't have any control over it. I don't really see why I should have that power. I have my, my books that I've written. I have these live streams that I've done. Do I have the right to just delete all of it? Yeah. Do I have the right, after I've deleted everything that's within the core of my control to, delete, to then go track down every copy of my book that everyone has, and then bring in the state and the police to confiscate your book that you bought? I don't think so. And what if it's an ebook? If I delete it off of Kindle, if I just erase it, do I or does Amazon have the right to just erase your copy that you purchased from your thinger? Do they have the right to sue you for the fact that you still own it? Do they have the right to should they have the right to sue you if you make a copy of a thing that they're not selling anymore and give it to someone? Not sell, literally, just give. That's illegal. You can't do that. Because you don't have the right to copy it. Ho, ho, ho. Got a lot of problems in the world. And a lot of the problems in the world derive from lack of education. And I don't blame people for not being educated. Because how do you blame someone for not being educated? That's not how that works. If you're not educated, it's because you were not educated. You didn't have access to the information in a way that was appropriate for you. And we're in a very dangerous period of human history. Very dangerous. And it is important that we realize that we cannot go back to yesterday. Ever since capitalism was invented, ever since capitalist markets started to sprout up, ever since the ideas of sort of like pseudo democracies started cropping up, there's been a continual pull and a continual and there's two competing things that are pulling. There is a group of people, a group of entities, not even people necessarily, they're institutions that pull us toward the past and toward feudalism, toward dictatorship, toward a world where rule of law doesn't matter, where laws can be arbitrary, don't need to have any reason to exist, a world where everyone acts according to the position that they are giving, because if they do not, they are killed. And if society can't think of a position for them, it kills them. And people who hear that are going to think of communism and Soviets and blah, 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 blah. That's not what that is. That's feudalism. That's fascism. That's the past. That's where we came from. We came from a world where if the state had no use for you, it just killed you. Because the state was the king. We came from a world where if you didn't do exactly what you were supposed to do, they killed you. That's feudalism. And then we had the Enlightenment, and we're like, you know what? Maybe we should live in a world where people are able to actually, rise or fall based off of their own personal merits. That seems like a good idea. That people should do the things that they're good at. People should be actively doing things that are useful. That people should be doing things that are useful, not necessarily to the state or to other people, but they should just be doing the things that are best for them to do, and that they can decide that for themselves. And, that's a component of what the Enlightenment was all about. It was about, hey, it's really inefficient to have, all these people who are just peasants who should be designing fucking airships or whatever. It's just weird that we're just underutilizing all these people, and that's why the economy exploded with the slow dissolution of feudalism. It's because people had more power. But there's a dirty secret of capitalism, which isn't really a secret. But it's built into it. Capitalism didn't really change feudalism that much. It was a relatively minor change. You have the ability to rise or fall according to how successful you are, but it turns out that already existed in feudalism. It's called conquest. It's where you say, okay, well, I'm the king now. Why am I the king? Because I killed the previous king and I have an army, so I'm collecting taxes from you now. I have the castle, therefore I'm king. Now, there's been a lot of other changes that capitalism implemented that allowed these kinds of conquests to happen more rapidly, and there is legitimately more egalitarianism to the way that capitalism works than feudalism. I don't want to take that away from it. The people who invented capitalism made some impressive strides, legitimately speaking. And I'm sure that they were all people that today would be considered horrific pieces of shit. But that's because today we're not coming from the perspective of feudal peasants. We're not coming from the perspective of the only people who can write are people who benefit from the aristocracy. We're educating people now. We have so the ability to see so many things. And one of the things that is important about the way that the world works right now is that people's basic needs are held hostage behind the capital that is completely tyrannically controlled by either people or organizations that meaningfully are not controlled by people. If you think of Walmart and you think that that's controlled by people, it's not in any meaningful sense. It's such a large thing that it basically self-governs. In much the way that a human is a collection of cells, and those cells don't they ostensibly have their own activity, but they don't really have the ability to change the system. My brain cells don't have the ability to change this body in any meaningful capacity. Collectively, the entire organization does, right? But they can't change certain things. There's all sorts of things that I can't change about the way that I would behave because I'm a human. And that has consequences because of the fundamental design of my brain and the fundamental design of my body. There's certain things that will never occur to me. That they are thoughts that I will never have. And similarly, Walmart as a company is going to do the things that it's going to do. I don't hold it against companies when they try to bribe politicians. Trying to pretend that companies should be acting in a moral way is asinine. That's not how companies work. That's not their function. If you think that a company should behave in a moral way, then you don't believe in capitalism, and you don't believe in the concept of a corporation. You just don't. So stop pretending that capitalism is working, because what you're describing is not capitalism. It's charity. And relying on the charity of things that aren't even human is madness. The systems that we have in place today are broken. They're broken in very major ways. And we can fix them. But in order to fix them, we have to acknowledge that the problems exist in the first place, and that the problems are largely tied together. The reason that there's fascists uprising again is because of the exploitation of the wealthy. You know the time period that had the greatest wealth inequality in the entire world, other than today, which has more wealth inequality than ever before? But you want to know when like all the like fucking rich people were at their peak of wealth compared to everyone else? Did you guess right before the fascists took over Germany? During the rise of fascism globally? Because if you guessed that, congratulations, you're right. Fascism is a consequence of capitalism going too far. Because capitalism isn't about free markets. Capitalism isn't about free exchange of goods. Free exchange of goods, free markets, things like that, rely upon an individual's ability to not be coerced into doing something. It requires an actually legitimate transaction between two people who could walk away from the transaction. Does that sound like it describes the housing market to you? Does someone who doesn't have a home have the ability to walk away? Does someone who has to put food on the table, which costs money, have the ability to walk away from a job that is killing them, literally? backbreaking labor that's just destroying their body, can they say no? On a more micro scale, if your boss has the ability to fire you, and if he does, there's no other work that you can reasonably be expected to get anytime with, and you're again just going to be unable to feed yourself or your family. Do you have the ability to say no to that boss if they make an unrealistic demand of you? How about if your boss is committing crimes? Let's say that their wage theft is the vast majority of theft in the United States is wage theft. That's the largest source of stealing in the United States is wage theft, which is where your employer does not pay you the amount that they owe you. So if your boss says you're going to come in tomorrow and work a 12-hour shift and I'm not going to pay you for it, if you can't put food on the table if you lose this job, can you say no? Does that sound like a free market to you? It's not a free market. I don't have anything against markets. I don't have anything against free markets. The problem with capitalism isn't free markets. The problem with capitalism is capital. There's a distinction between private property and and personal property. Sorry, I got ADHD. I have difficulty focusing sometimes. Personal property is this. I own this bottle. I own the contents. I drink it. That's personal property. It's something that I own and I use. Private property is something like a company. It's something that someone else uses. And I profit from. So if you own a home that you just live in, that's personal property. You own it, you consume it. That is your personal property. If you rent property, that's private property. And what does that distinction mean? Well, private property allows for you to take other people's work and profit from it yourself. That's fundamentally what private property does for you, is it converts other people's labor into money for you. So if I'm a landlord, if I'm renting out my property, I'm not doing anything. Now bear in mind that managing property is a job. It's a real job. People really have it. And a lot of landlords are also property managers. And they're doing a job. They are doing work. Managing a property is work. But owning a property isn't work. You can hire a property manager. So if I own a property and someone else lives in it and they have to pay me to live in the property that I own, and I don't do anything for them, there's no transaction there. I'm just using the fact that I own something to make money for free. Now, that's something that, to a degree, people don't generally have issue with, right? And it can add a degree of efficiency to your markets. If someone wants to rent my bedroom, that's not an inherently exploitative interaction, really. You know, like I've had friends who rented one of my bedrooms. It's not inherently exploitative if you're not exploiting them. But it's easy for it to be. They don't have any option other than your house. That if you're the only option for them to rent from, then there is some exploitation there, because what's a fair market price? As much as they can pay, because that's what they have to pay in order to not be on the street. What's a fair market price for a heart transplant? You're either dead in a week or in 12 hours or 4 hours or whatever, you're either dead or you pay the money that you owe us. And the way the medical debt works in the United States is kind of an interesting and fun dynamic. But from a practical perspective, you don't even have the ability to give consent to a lot of healthcare stuff in like the technical term, much less the more esoteric, because oftentimes they will do life-saving surgery or whatever on you, and you don't get the bill until later. You don't know how much they were going to charge you for this. You might not have even been conscious when they did all this shit. So they do a bunch of stuff to your body without your consent, which, admittedly, it's good that they did that because they saved your life. And then they're charging you $50,000 for having done it. You never entered into a contract with them where you owe them $50,000. You never consented to this shit. What right do they have to demand payment from you? So, there are certain industries where you don't have free markets, and that you can't have free markets. And what that results in is the people who control capital in those industries. And capital is, again, private property, which allows you to basically make money off of someone else's work. That's what capital is something that allows you to profit without having to actually do labor. If you have capital in one of those industries, the exploitation becomes, because there's inherent exploitation in the nature of capitalism. To be clear, if I work at a company and literally the only way that my boss can make money is if he pays me less than I generate for him, which is mathematically correct. A company cannot profit without exploiting its labor. You have to generate more money for the company than the company pays you in capitalism. That's inherently exploitative. So why is it that I, as someone who already owns property, who already owns capital, should be able to just make money in excess of what my labor is worth, while someone else makes less money than their labor is worth? What gives me the right to have more money than my labor generates? And the answer, to a large degree, is feudalism. That might seem facetious, but at its core, yes. I have that money because my ancestors were kings. Most of the wealth in the world is controlled by people who were rich before they started. They came out of the womb rich. And that's kind of concerning. Because of the fact that because of the way that capitalism exists, capital has a gravitational nature to it. The more capital you have, the easier it is to acquire more capital. Because each piece of capital that you have is generating passive income for you that you don't have to work for. You don't have to labor. You don't have to do shit. So, since you don't have to do any labor, you have that surplus. You can spend that surplus on acquiring more capital, and that capital generates money passively for you. There's actually a lot of video games that work this way. There's a lot of strategy games and things like that where you have economy buildings which generate money passively for you in some way, not necessarily money, but they generate resources for you in some sort of passive way that you don't have to interact with once you've purchased it, or which just increase the efficiency with which you generate stuff when you do any labor. And because of the fact that capital attracts more capital, you eventually run into a situation where people just own your town or your city or your country or your demographic. If you're a computer programmer, you get everybody that works in programming has to work for the same people. And that's not true today, to be sure, but it's more true today than it was 30 years ago. And programming is different than most industries. But let's say that you're a person who makes glasses. If you make glasses, you are in fundamentally a feudal society, because the entire market for glasses, almost like worldwide, there's all these different brands of glasses. They're all owned by the same people. Glasses are all made by the same people, the same company. Well, they're not made by the same people. Different people make them. Different people are involved, but they're all owned by the same company. The same group of people owns them all. All the diamonds in the world are owned by one organization. So, and how they get control of it. How did a Western company get ownership of all the diamonds in the ground in Africa? It's not an African company. How do they own all the diamonds in the world? Well, imperialism. Bigger gun diplomacy. So monopolies suck. Monopolies shouldn't exist. And the more our economy is built on copyright and other intellectual property laws, which are inherently monopolistic, because the entire purpose of copyright and patent law is to give someone a temporary, that is the operative word, temporary monopoly on something in order to encourage innovation. That's the whole point of copyright law. That's the whole point of patent law. That's the point of intellectual property law. So since that's the point of intellectual property law, we have to ask ourselves, who are the ones that are innovating? And if the ones who are innovating are the people who aren't exploiting copyright law, if the people who are innovating are the ones who are just giving these copyrights to companies that then exploit them themselves, the question is, why do we allow them to exist in the first place? So, this has been a long tirade. I was intending to just play a little bit today and not go on a long tirade about this stuff. But we live in dangerous times, and I thought that it was important for me to talk about that. I'm not ending the stream here, but I am going to go AFK for a second. When I come back, I will stop ranting, and we will start punching scorpions to death or something. You know, the important thing. The incredibly important aspect of what I do. So I will return shortly. In just a sec.
And I returned. Sorry about that. Okay. So, when last we left off... It's just so weird because it's on the wrong side. It's easier when I was just like looking at this. When last we left off, we had just acquired this guy as a thingamabobber. We apparently are hungry and thirsty, which seems like a great opportunity to use some fruit. Fresh apple, what I want. Let's go for it. Alright, so that's not gonna do me in. Let's see. We're going to talk to this guy and see what kinds of things he has to say. We'll see if he has any quests for me or anything like that. And let's see. So, were you at Bitter Springs with the first?
I was in a lot of places with First Recon. I don't really remember.
Okay. Tell me about yourself.
If you want. It's not really my thing. What do you want to know? All right.
Let's see. What's been in Bitter Springs? What happened there?
That part of my life's over now, and so is this discussion.
Okay. What happened to you?
You got no right asking me that. Drop it.
Okay. I feel like number 2 is actually the only appropriate response to this. Sorry, you're over here. Number 2 is the only appropriate response to this, I think, because that is kind of out of line to say that's it.
It's just something I'm not ready to discuss with you or anybody. The Legion's the only thing I want on my mind right now.
Okay. Wait here.
I'll sit tight.
Alright, so he will hypothetically stay here, and we have started the creation of our harem. So, we have... Let me take a look here. Conditions okay. We have... Oh my god. I'm so thirsty. How did I get so thirsty? What the hell was I doing that I got this thirsty? Alright, well. I'm gonna eat some of this corn. And let's see. We need to go collect the other critter, I guess. Anything else we need to talk to Boone about?
What is it?
Questions, I guess.
Okay.
There we go. Can you tell me about New Vegas?
It's NCR land for the most part. We tamed it. Now we're settling it. A lot of people complain about it, but they forget what it was like before we showed up. It's a lot of territory to secure. Too much, even for a big army like the NCR's.
Okay. I mean, generally an army isn't how you control territory.
Okay.
You need to have access to violence, don't get me wrong, but you shouldn't need to have such an overwhelming force that you're actually just occupying people. If you have to occupy them, then you don't have any right to rule them. How do you feel about the NCR?
Coming east was about securing the land so people could live without fear. It's not always that simple, but I think the cause is still right. And God help us if they lose.
Okay.
Okay.
How about Caesar's Legion?
Yeah, lots of thoughts. All about the best ways to kill them. Yeah.
You're a simple man. Simple man. Okay. I believe all he wants to do with his life is kill some fascist LARPers. And that's not people LARPing as fascists, by the way. That is fascists who are LARPing. Totally different thing. They're LARPing as Romans. Let's see here. Where do I go from here to do? I don't remember what I was doing. So I guess what I can do now is I can go collect my thing, because I need to go get some water anyway. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to pop back over to the Goodsprings source. I'm going to drink. We'll get some drinking done. Once we've got the drinking done, we've got some friends over there. That is a lot of friends somewhere. Okay. So I'll just keep drinking from the Goodsprings source for now. I wonder if at some point this place is going to stop being a viable location. So, next on my agenda, I could go fight those things, but I don't see any real reason to. We can now head down and grab Edie. So we'll grab Edie, say, hey, follow us, and then we'll bring Edie to our little house. So we're just going to sort of transplant all of our companions over to the same house. That's my goal right now. Okay. So does Edie have any commands? Follow protocol, reinitiate, question mark. Okay, so we've got Edie. We can now pop back over to the place that we were just at. Boone's over here, so that's where we need to go. So we're going to travel back to Novak, drop our friend off here. Oh my god, that's amazing. I didn't know why it was called Novak until just now. That's hilarious. It's called Novak because of the no vacancy sign. That is actually legitimately clever. I heartily appreciate this. Oh my god. You are terrifying, friend. Alright, so I'm going to have you wait here. Hey, Boone, how's it going? So you're going to chill here, you're going to chill here. Honor student? My child is an honor student at Roosevelt Academy. Okay, then. I have a bladed comment in here. Good to know. Okay, so what do we want to do now? We have to figure out what's going on with... Like, how do I do this? Where's the... That's very weird. Okay. Interested in cons. Sierra Madre Invitation. Happy Trails. Canyon Wreckage. Divide. Midnight Showing. I am kind of tempted to do this DLC. I have to leave in a couple hours, though, so I'm not sure if I want to do that immediately. Oh! Okay, so I need to go to the Brahmin thing around midnight, so I'm going to go do that. Let's see here. Do I want to use... I'm actually going to allow myself to stay hungry for a little bit. Not for long, but just for a little bit. I don't know what time it is right now. hard save. Is there a way to wait? Oh, it's 5 a.m.? Never mind then. I'm not going to wait until that's ready again. I didn't realize it was that late. Okay, there's a death plague that's wanted. So, we have the ability to go to Helios 1, but I think that was Thinger. I could go to Clark Field. Camp Searchlight. I'm gonna go to Clark Field first, I think. I was kind of hoping to get myself injured in a fight over there so that I could use this food, but... Ooh, Wonder Glue. Alright, so we're just gonna head southeast here. I'm probably gonna get my ass obliterated by Legion. I am going to equip my Thingamabobber. My Centurion armor. Hopefully that guy, the sniper, doesn't shoot me. Let's see. I don't think I have any weapon equipped right now. So let's find out what's over here. Looks like there's something friendly over here. It's a person. Don't want to go there. Hey, buddy.
Morning. I've got nothing to say to you. Best move on.
Okay. So this person got sniped. And ooh, purified water, like that. Denariuses, like those. Frag grenade, like that. Throwing spear. Xander root, can't say no to that. Crunchy mutt fruit, don't think we need that. We need the dynamite though. Healing powder, very nice. Night Stalker tail, don't think I want that. What level am I now? Excuse me. I'm level 9. I'm actually legitimately tempted to just dive into that DLC. Do I want to just dive into the DLC? I'm gonna go over to this place for right now, and then I think I might just dive into that DLC over there. Oh shit, that is a lot of friends. Okay, so there's at least one bloatfly. So it looks like it's going to be bugs here. I would not be surprised if that bloatfly is a red herring, though. I stood through 239. Mr. Radical's drill. Day 1, love the suit. Can scavenge anywhere near us. Now, screw the rads. I hereby christen myself Mr. Radical. Get it hot. Suit passed first test with flying yellow colors. Overnight visit to Yucca Mountain. Didn't go too deep because something big moving around further down tunnel. Rad level high, even where I was, and I didn't feel a tickle. Go rad suit, go. Vomited all morning. Didn't splash on suit or I'd be pissed. Must be something I ate. Exciting. Ran across old woman's scrapyard. Bought glowing container for measly 50 caps. Heading to Clark Field to prove suit at higher rad levels. If it holds up, I'm going to pop this jar of goop open and pour it all over me. I bet I could swim in this stuff if I had enough of it. Oh yeah. So 30 rad resistance is not that much. What is spacesuit? That's what it's called. The spacesuit is in fact just better than the radiation suit. I'm not going to take the radiation suit for now. I'm going to save this. So we've got some bloat flies here. I think. Oh, that's in the coop. Okay, I don't want to piss that thing off because they have a tendency to be very unaggressive. And do I want to approach what is clearly a radioactive place? Because this is Clark Field, so it should have higher rad levels. This guy died from the radiation. Or the bugs. Or whatever else is here. There could be other stuff too. Abandoned BOS bunker. I think what I'm going to do is... I think I'm going to do the Mojave Drive-In. We're going to pop over here. We're going to do some DLC. And... that is interesting. Y'all are boned, buddy. This is a pretty massive altercation going on. Oh, that prospector is boned. Hey, buddy. So, I guess I should just reload immediately. I did that, knock that thing on its ass. Alright, so yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and just reload. Do I want to load the autosave or the quick save? I'm gonna load this autosave. I want to see something quick. If I can just... Wait, why does the autosave here? Shouldn't the autosave have been at the other place? Doesn't it autosave after you arrive, not before you arrive? Oh, Jesus. What? Oh, you seem very confused. Was this here? I don't know if this thing was supposed to be here or not. Oh, Jesus, 12 rads? From going where? Alright, I'm gonna actually reload my quick save. I don't know what just happened. This thing just spawned here. This was definitely not here, I don't think. I guess it could have been. Okay, that thing's on the ground temporarily. The hope here is that I can knock it back on the ground during bats, and then just kind of keep it going down before I have to... This thing is taking a lot of damage. When did my fists start doing, like, reasonable amounts of damage? Because... like, legitimately, I did not think I was doing very much damage before. But that was, like, pretty good damage. I thought that was not bad. Okay, cool beans. I mean, I know it was a young one and everything, but, like, that actually makes me feel like I could potentially, like, get some work done over here. The other thing that I could do, if I wanted, is there's the canyon wreckage here, but I don't really want to go to the canyon wreckage because there's a coyote there. I want to wait until I get the thing that allows me to be friendly with animals. I'm such a weirdo. Okay. Let's see. Do I want to go to the abandoned BOS show? No, I'm going to try to get to the Mojave Drive-In. I'm gonna see what happens when I fast travel here. Is that person like instantly put in combat with a bunch of shit? It looks like that's a yes. That seems to be a consistent thing. Oh, this happens at midnight. Okay, so then I don't need to worry about that for right now. Okay, so instead of that, we will go over here. I could just like wait, obviously, but it's fine. So how are we doing? Oh, actually, I can eat now. I've taken a little bit of damage, not a lot, but a little bit. Is corn what I want to eat? Let's take a look at my stats right now. Water's at 42, food's at 207. I think some corn is probably my best bet right now. I think that'll be perfectly fine. I think that'll get the job done the way that I want it done. So we're heading east. Are those guys raiders or are they NCR? 1 second, someone's knocking on my door. Hey, 1 second.
Okay, thank you.
And I return. Okay, so I'm no longer disguised, and those guys are no longer hostile. So I think that those guys were in fact hostile to me because I was dressed up as a member of the Legion. And we'll just pop over there. There's somebody over here. Who's over here? Alright, who's this?
Hello?
NCR trooper.
Hold up there. This area is locked down by the NCR military until we can dislodge some Legion snakes from Nelson.
Okay. So what's the trouble with the Legion?
Hell, what ain't the trouble with the Legion? This time, they jumped the camp in Nelson while the troopers were setting up. Captured a bunch of gear and took the town. A couple of troopers, too. Got them crucified down near the center of town.
Anything I can do to help?
Maybe. I'd like to know who I'm dealing with first.
Name's Ark.
Oh, heck. I've heard of you. Supposed to be a regular hero or something, ain't that right? But maybe you're a little too reputable to get involved in some dirty work for the Republic.
You interested in cracking jokes or getting something
Yeah,
done?
well, I'll be damned. Looks like you've got some dirt in you after all.
I mean, I've got enough dirt to
You
get
have
my
a
experience
dozen
from the
of
speech
those
check,
cycle
yeah.
Maybe we could pep those weepy troopers into charging down into Nelson and taking back the camp. But since that's not likely, you could help me take out the Legion's trooper hostages.
So I take out
The troopers won't go down into camp with their comrades at risk. Dirty game the Legion likes to roll out whenever they get a chance. Problem is, Ranger Milo doesn't want to play. If we take out the hostages, they've got squat for leverage.
Well, I'll try to what?
Back at Ranger School, they taught us not to run headlong into a battle when you're outnumbered 10 to 1. You want to go down there and try to haul those crippled boys off those poles? You're dumber than you look.
Let's go. Does that mean that he's gonna come with me?
Good. We clear out the hostages, they lose their advantage. They're down in a clearing, crucified on some telephone poles. I'll cover you from the ridge. Just make it quick. These boys should be put out of their misery, not plinked to death with some old varmint rifle. And don't get any dreamy notions about playing the hero and dragging these boys out. You'll get swarmed. Now let's go.
I'm actually curious about this because I want to see what happens if I try to do that. I'm not intending to actually do what he's telling me, but I can try to accomplish something similar. You know what I could do? Why aren't these guys even hostile to me? Why aren't the Legion guys hostile? It's very weird. Alright, so... I have no damage at all. This is pretty funny. Alright, so... I don't know why that guy didn't turn on me immediately, because I'm kind of well known. I don't know how many, like, enemies that are going to be around. Oh, there's a... There's the dog.
You like that?
Okay. That's a problem. You know what? I might need... Yeah, this is gonna be a problem. Oh boy. Because I can't equip my proper armor either. Because of the fact that I've got the thinger. I've got this guy here. I think what I'm going to probably want to do... Yeah, I'm going to reload this. So I think I'm going to reload this save. And I'm going to want to go around this guy. Because I'm actually kind of curious. I could potentially get in there, fight my way through all of those enemies, and basically try to rescue the hostages before I even talk to this guy. That's what I'm hoping to be able to do. I would want to just go in there and do things my way, which is to try and rescue all the hostages. I'd want to do it that way. The issue is that with him there, I can't put on my proper armor. And that's like having my... Oh my god, you're big. Uh-huh. Hey, buddy. Is that a gecko? Or is that the dinosaur from back there? Holy shit. That is a big friend. Okay. So, how much damage are you going to do, buddy? Oh my god! You can breathe fire. Okay, that was definitely not expected. Are you hitting me right now? I can't actually tell if this thing was hitting me just now. Alright. Oh god, there's another one. Oh god. Oh, this is a young one. Alright, let's try stomping on this thing. This is definitely a mistake. Oh, look at how much damage I took during the VATS. Okay, so I think we can actually take those guys. I think we can take those fire geckos. I don't think I need to equip a thing for that. I'd prefer, now that I have a bit more damage, I have the ability to knock enemies over. And I just have a bit more damage generally. I do think that I'd like to try like actually fisticuffing my way through some of these fights. So that thing came from this direction. I don't know if it just got confused and came this way. How the hell did it come from this direction? That doesn't make any sense. That was weird. Where did that come from? So So just aggroed that one. Did I adjust this one? Looks like I just this. I just got this one for now, I think. It got confused, but I suspect that it'll get unconfused when it gets back up. Assuming that it gets back up. So I should be able to get a decent bit of damage into it while it's down. For this thing, I don't want to use VATS when it's actually up. I actually want to wait until it gets knocked down and then use VATS for the stomp, because it seems like pretty much all of the like random animals have attack patterns that are very dangerous to try to use VATS into. Like they have really big hits. And there we go. Okay, so that one's toast. And that is 50 EXP. Not too shabby. I'm not going to take the Gecko meat right now. Am I still in combat? I don't think I'm still in combat. So I'm going to save this, and we're going to take out the next ones. So, give me a second. I was just confirming, because this feels just so much easier than it has been. Not even necessarily easier, it's just that, like, because, you know, easy is relative to the attack patterns of the enemies, and these just don't have a very good attack pattern. But more just, like, the, they don't feel nearly as, beefy as the enemies that I was faced in the past. So what I'm looking for here is for one of them to de-aggro. I don't know if the other one de-aggroed. I don't think it did. I think it just wandered off because it was trying to get to me. Excuse you. I actually took more damage on this young one than the big one. The young one... Oh, God. Oh, jeez. Okay, well, if it swaps over to a melee pattern, it could just devour me. So, these have a melee attack pattern. And if they swap to melee, I need to figure out what the solution is then. Because I can't just beat it to death if it's using melee attacks. I am going to swap to my Centurion armor. This should help quite a bit. These aren't hitting that hard. So an extra 7 damage reduction is, you know, not bad. The young one does not have a lot of HP. So if I can split these into 2 separate fights, which is going to be potentially difficult. Jesus! Oh, God. Oh, wow. So that's actually interesting. So if that thing gets into a melee pattern, it moves so quickly that I actually do not know that I have an effective strategy for taking it out. I might need to just avoid those two. This one I think I got lucky with. It didn't really go, you know, full aggro on me. So what we're going to do now is we've created a path, I think, that will allow us to get to that town. So we're going to head over to the town. We'll see if the Imperials are even hostile to me. These guys are not hostile to me right now. Let's save the game.
Have you come to Nelson seeking your death, profligate?
I'm just passing through.
The Legion will decide that, profligate, not you. Will you go before my Decanus for judgment or be killed where you stand?
Listen to Cairns.
My commander, you ignorant degenerate. Now, will you go before Dead Sea?
I don't know why this guy's talking to me this way. He obviously recognizes that I'm not a member of the Legion, but I'm wearing a Legion uniform. You would think that that would be sufficient for him to kill me on sight. I'm actually going to say not without a fight, because I don't see any coherent way that this conversation could happen. You know what I mean? Like, I'm wearing Legion armor. He knows that I'm not Legion. Therefore, he should be attacking me on sight because I'm clearly a spy, right?
Brothers, attack.
So he either should be attacking me or just, like, we shouldn't be having this kind of a conversation in the first place. He says brothers attack and then doesn't attack me because I'm disguised. Okay, that's hilarious.
True to Kaiser.
Right. I think that from a technical perspective, ignoring that conversation completely from an RP perspective is the best way to RP this. Pretending that he didn't have that conversation with me is better than actually accepting the reality of that conversation. Because again, there's no world where that conversation happens. Like, if I'm wearing this outfit that I clearly stole off of a dead legionary, or at the very least am not supposed to be wearing, then where the fuck did he go anyway? Oh, is this him?
True to Kaiser.
Oh, he's not even named. Okay, he's not even a named person. Okay. Anyway, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to try to get in there and try to get these people off of the... Thanks. Damn it. Went the wrong direction. I forgot what button I need to press to do the thing. Are you in here? Right. I thought there was going to be one in that bush. I'm sure there are going to be some other bushes. It's tempting to reload just so that I get the experience from it, but no, it's fine. Alright, so presumably... So the guy said that I would get jumped if I tried to get the people off of the thingers in the middle. And it does not, in my opinion, make RP sense. Okay, I'm going to reload. So I wanted to check whether I could even do it. I'm not going to untie him because I'm not ready to fight those guys right this second. And so if I decide to untie them, then either the game will break and get confused and they won't attack me,
True to Kaiser.
or they'll attack me and I will get obliterated. So what we need to have happen here is I need to basically get around this place and, like... Where's this generator? What are you powering? It says activate generator. Unfortunately, it doesn't give you like a specific thing. Activate is just like any object. So if I turn off this generator, that cuts power to something. That's the barracks. I probably don't want to go to the barracks. So this guy's over here, way out in the open. Is there anybody else close enough to see me right now? I feel like some of these people should probably be able to see me. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to see what happens if I go into VATS. So I do get a sneak attack with VATS. This is going to take a while to kill, I think. Maybe not that one, though. I did not knock him over with the initial VATS hits, but his weapon isn't that strong. And I have two different things that I can do. I can basically break his arm and get his weapon out of his hand that way. And I can knock him on the ground, which I just did there. Unfortunately, I need to knock him. Please fall over on the ground. Thank you. So my goal right now is to basically just sort of fight my way through this place with, like, trying to be as safe as possible. That guy is not hostile. Okay, these guys. Okay, that's so the issue. That's an issue actually. Oh, that's funny actually. Okay, so these guys are not aggroing as quickly as I would assume they would. This guy is taking a lot of hits to take down. So he's going to be slow to take out. I'm curious if I have an option that will be useful to me. Let's see. So ostensibly these guys wouldn't be hostile to me automatically. I'm going to go into this house, see if there's somebody in here. That is a glowing miracle of victory. I don't see why this is considered stealing. It seems to me that these people, like, killed the original population here. But it might not reduce my karma if I take all this stuff. That is a lot of Scorched books. Are any of these books actually books that I need? Not that I can see. Any books that I need under the bed, maybe? Nope. So, that building wasn't super helpful. So I cut the power to something. There are a decent number. Of thingers here. One thing that I think is a bit problematic about the way that the game handles the stealing mechanic is that sometimes stealing makes you lose karma and sometimes it doesn't, depending on who you're stealing from. And it's not made clear in the UI whether you're going to lose karma from doing it or not. So I feel like the karma mechanic has a lot of problems with it. I mean, they could have a, like, sort of generalized reputation system that kind of, like, dictates the way that you resolve problems, but I wouldn't tie it to things like theft and things like that. Outside of, like, specific contexts. I would just relate it to, like, kind of like how brutal you are in certain circumstances. Like, if you have a tendency to kill people that you disagree with, like, generally speaking, like, maybe the Legion wouldn't care if you have low karma. They might actually, like, respond well to it. But generally speaking, I would think having a more brutal type of behavior and having a reputation for that brutality makes a degree of sense of impacting the way that everyone treats you. And, like, obviously your individual reputation with them matters more most of the time. But if you have a really brutal reputation, even people who like you are still going to be kind of scared of you. And I think that's kind of what the karma thing is supposed to be like to a degree. But I feel like it's tied to a bunch of shit that, like, don't really have anything to do with the way that people would actually interact with you. So let's see here. Because obviously, if you get away with stealing, or if you like pick a lock randomly and nobody sees you do it, like it doesn't make people treat you badly. Like, let's see how that affects that kind of stuff. So, hey, buddy. There aren't actually that many enemies around here right now. There's fewer than I would have anticipated. It doesn't look like this is the thing that was powered up by that generator. Interesting. I'm gonna try to find where this goes to. Because I turned off that generator. This is still powered, though. There are a lot of checkpoints. Alright. So what do I want to do here? I have a couple options for how to navigate this particular problem. I do think that I'm going to want to deal with it. I'm kind of curious how many of these guys I actually need to deal with in order to successfully accomplish my objective. I'd kind of like it, and I might be able to do... I should be able to do this, maybe. Interesting. So there's multiple generators. I don't know what happens if I turn off these generators. What I'd really like is to start dragging people into houses and beating the crap out of them in the houses. Because if I can drag them into the houses, I can control how many opponents I'm going to fight at once. Is that guy in line of sight of this house? I don't think so. So I could hypothetically punch this guy.
Our way, true to Kaiser.
Hello, pup. So there's a dog that's okay. 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 Yes, continue going. Yes. Alright, I'm gonna see if I can drag just that guy in here. Okay, so he did come in. Let's activate the stomp. I do think, for these guys, they are strong enough that I'm going to need to use my fire bomber. Okay, I think this guy's unconscious. So, I don't know how long he's going to stay unconscious, but not very long. So this guy needs to not only, like, wake up, but then also stand up without me proccing a knockdown on him. And then once he stands back up, he also needs to, thing or whatever. He also needs to grab his weapon. Again, because I didn't manage to knock him over. Okay. Pretty sure he's not knocked over. I'm pretty sure he's knocked out. Okay. And I do have the ability to stop him here, which is kind of funny. Those physics. There we go. Alright, so he's down. We get 20 XP from that. Get some Denariuses, some recruit armor, a caravan shotgun, and we're all set. So, I could hypothetically save the game if I wanted. I'm gonna go for it, it's fine. And because of the fact that I'm wearing this disguise, no one else should be hostile to me yet. There's somebody hostile to me up here.
Our way, true to Kaisar.
Mm-hmm. Indeed, buddy, indeed. So, who is this? Is this the dog? Or is this like some random animal? Like that's like way far out of the way. Alright, we've taken down one of the patrols. This guy up here we're gonna have to take out eventually, I think. But as far as I can tell, it looks like this. So this guy was a patrol with this dog. We might be able to save the dogs. Weirdly enough, we might actually be able to save these dogs. So that would be pretty hilarious if it turns out to be possible. So basically what we can do, if we can take out all of the people that these dogs are going to aggro on, or rather they're going to aggro collectively with, then I should be in pretty good shape. So, like, if I can grab this guy and separate him from the dog, I don't know if that'll be feasible,
Our way, true to Kaisar.
but it could be. The other thing is that the dogs might aggro on these guys. I don't actually know if they will or not. My guess is they will. I feel like I should be able to bribe the dogs with food. So I'm kind of curious if I can do this. We're going to find out. I'm a talented individual.
There you are.
So we're going to see if I aggroed all of them or just this guy. Why can't we do it? Jesus! Hey, buddy. Alright, so we need to take out our boxing gloves. Okay. Please stay on the ground. You're not gonna stay on the ground. That's fine. Oh god, I'm so injured. This explorer has really dangerous weapons. Alright. I am fucked. Alright. I still haven't knocked this guy out. I haven't knocked either of them out. Okay, so these guys have a lot of stamina. But they are both knocked out now. Alright, I'm gonna have to reload this. I wanted to see if that guy in the distance would aggro if I aggroed this guy. And the answer is probably.
True to Kaisar.
I'm not sure it was him, but I think it was him. Okay. Got a little confused there. One thing that I could do with this guy is I could try to pull this guy away in a different fashion. I don't think that that's a good idea now. And again, I'm thinking from more of an RP perspective than a game mechanics perspective. What I'd like to do is pull him away, but I want to do that so that I can solo those two out.
after I've reached the point where I've basically taken out all of the people that I need to take out that are just lying around here. Sort of like that can be solo killed. Because if I can kill all the people that can be taken out without aggroing anyone else first, then I can hypothetically do a little bit better. Let's see. But yeah, the intention for me over there is at some point I'm going to go talk to that, I'm going to go grab that explorer, pull him far away, kill him out in the wilderness. But from an RP perspective, I don't want to alert the rest of the soldiers
True to Kaiser.
before that happens. I don't know if he's still right now. I don't think so. I think I got one of those dogs. I think I got the dog on the other side. We'll find out here. I also got a soldier. So yeah, we're gonna have to reload. Whew. I might have gotten this guy, I might not have. I don't know who I got. But yeah, this guy's gonna be rotating around this section. The dog is also rotating around, but I don't know where it is right now. If this guy just stays here, I could hypothetically just take him out. I don't think I have line of sight on any of those other people, so I might be able to just take him out here. No, it looks like that guy is aggroing. So the guy in the watchtower is more of a threat than I realized. I was thinking that these sandbags were going to block line of sight, but they don't seem to block line of sight in a meaningful manner. So I do need to take the people out in the thingers first. Is there anybody else who has line of sight on this guy? I don't think so. So, if I wait for this guy to pass me, I'm actually going to stay with him for a second.
True to Kaiser.
I want him to be closer to his dog, which is a little strange, but I want him to be closer to his dog for right now. Do I want to do that, actually? Because if I attack this guy, it's going to aggro this dog as well, which is why I wanted them to be closer together so that they're both out of range at the same time. He's walking way faster than the dog is. So they're going to desync pretty fast, I guess. I could also go into some of these other buildings and see what's here. Alexa off. So that's my alarm. It's 2 o'clock. Okay, I have about an hour before I need to actually leave. Interesting. This generator is on, even though I thought I just turned this off. One thing that I could try is I could try bringing one of these guys down. I suspect that this guy's going to aggro on them. I guess the other thing that I could do is I could just take off my uniform and then they'll aggro. It'll just be KOS. But I think if I do that, I think these guys will aggro communally either way. So I'm gonna try going into like the barracks, or at least one of these two buildings here. I want to see what's in here. Okay.
bodies and shit. I'm expecting there to be bombs around here. Somewhere. Let's get tripwire here. The apparent lack of explosives is surprising to me. So it doesn't look like there's anybody in there. So I guess that means that the commander is here?
Awe, why have you come to Nelson?
What's the situation here?
My orders are to hold Nelson. So far, the enemy north of here has been too frightened to move against us. Why should it concern you?
Why haven't you attacked the enemy? You filthy coward.
I have attacked the enemy. I led the assault on Nelson with 2 Contrabania against twice our number. It is Caesar's wish that we hold this position. Our mere presence this side of the Colorado humiliates and demoralizes the enemy.
You're demoralizing the enemy by leaving them
I do
alone?
not question Caesar's will. I do not second guess. I butchered this town. Those who weren't hacked limb from limb were forced to throw themselves from the cliffs. 3 more I have just crucified. All this in full view of the enemy's spotters to the north. Yes, our presence here demoralizes the enemy.
Alright, I'll be on my way.
Not all of us have the luxury of coming and going as we please. Here, we stay put.
See, this guy seems to be responding as if I am actually a member of the Legion. Like, his whole dialogue tree there seems appropriate for someone who... So, he's here. And they haven't identified that I am not one of their allies yet. Which is good for me, I guess. I'm gonna try pulling this guy. I'm not gonna succeed. Okay. I thought that guy had moved. He had not. So, this guy here seems like, I guess he's guarding the gate. Could I aggro this guy by just taking off my suit? And not aggro the other guy in the process? No. Seriously?
Awe, true to Caesar.
Are these guys not hostile to me? Interesting. These guys have a different faction affiliation than the rest of the Legion, I think. Because the rest of the Legion is, like, I'm basically kill on sight. Like, with random patrols and stuff. These guys, I'm not kill on sight. So, but basically what I'm looking for here is to take out, and I could hypothetically take out 2 of these guys at once, right? That is hypothetically possible. Probably not a trivial ask, but I might be able to do it. So, like as an example, I might be able to pull these 2 and take them both out. I can take both of these guys out. Then I have an exit path. I don't need to kill every enemy. Oh, hey, buddy. Your explorer friend's gone. I'm pulling you in the building. I don't want to fight him here because I know that he has friends around here. But if I can just fight this guy solo, like, yeah, please. Alright, so for now we got this guy solo. I need to use my fingers. Oh boy. Yeah, he's hitting so hard. Jesus. Yeah, this guy's rough. So it's going to load the autosave into the building. I have a lot of armor on right now for him to be hitting me that hard, so... Is he going to come in? He is... Okay, so we're going to reload to the quick save, I guess. I'm going to equip my boxing gloves. I'm kind of curious, like, how much damage I would be doing if I used my brass knuckles. Like, I'm curious about it. I don't know that I would want to do it, but...
Another kill to my soul.
Not my boxing gloves, my thingamabobber. My brass knuckles. That's for sure.
Come on.
He started shooting before he fully spawned into the zone. Alright, so... take these off. And if I can get rid of that weapon, that helps me a lot. And this guy's tanky as hell. It's going pretty good so far. I have arrived at a town that they are crucifying people, and I am systematically finding pathways that I can navigate through to try to single pull them into the buildings and kill them in there while disguising myself. Oh, that's cool. Alright. It looked like I had knocked him unconscious, but I hadn't. He was, in fact, just knocked over. I don't know why it took him so long to recover there. Yeah, crucifixions are definitely a no-go for me. Definitely no crucifixions in my book. Boop. Are you getting up? Oh, god damn it. That's not great. I just let you get all the way up without hitting you a single time. Where you at? Right, luckily, he's using unarmed, and I'm fully armored. So he's going to do as crappy damage as I do to him. The difference being, I can knock him out. And there we go. Let's see. So we take you out. It is kind of interesting that they seem to have sent an entire group of recruits here. Not really very likely. It's like a squad of Legion recruits took out like an entire town. So, that is toast. We've taken that guy out. Now we can move on to the next thing that we need to do. Let's take a look at food. Oh, food and a drink are both problematic right now. Let's go ahead and use our corn. Also, I completely forgot that I do have access to my thingamabobbers. Where are you at? W. I have 2 weapon binding rituals on me. I think I have most of the components I need to make more. Why is this dog hostile? Am I wearing my gun? I don't know why this dog's hostile. I'm trying to lose the dog. Okay. That's interesting. I was thinking that the dog would come in and I could potentially like lock it in a room or something. Does not appear to be the case. It is still hostile to me. What happened? Why is it injured? And I guess it can't open doors, so it can't get in here? Is that what's going on here? I guess. So it must have aggroed when I pulled that guy into the room. That's all I can think of there. So there's also someone here that's aggroed. I'm going to see what this over here is. Hey, buddy. But I'm going to try to avoid taking out this dog. I have a suspicion that if I can de-aggro the dog fully... Oh, you're an NCR trooper, aren't you?
You like that?
That's okay, that's kind of funny. Let's see here. Is this... Yes. Okay, what we're going to do... Just try to pop over here. Am I in combat? I am in combat with that dog. Oh, Jesus, how'd you get up here? I wonder if this is permanently aggroed. I'm actually going to check one thing quick. See here. If I take this off, is it still aggroed? Yes. The disguise, it does nothing. The dog can smell. Oh, Jesus. Well, that was kind of silly of me. Alright, so what do I want to do? I don't really want to fight the dog. I don't know how I can necessarily avoid fighting the dog, though. I'm just kind of curious to see if it de-aggroes. Will it, like, actually just de-aggro completely? I don't know if I can get it to de-aggro while I'm up here. Oh, it looks like it might be able to. It's under caution now. Nope, it just saw me. Let's check what happens if I go in here and hide under. So let's see here. So they can't. That's kind of an interesting thing that the animals actually can't follow you into a building because of the door. That's kind of cool. What I'm looking for here is to get to the point where it says hidden. I don't know if I'll ever get to that point, though. I don't know how long it takes, and if they'll do it when you're like in a building like this, like enclosed environment. I'm now considered hidden. I'm gonna save. I'm gonna go back outside and I'm gonna see if I'm still in combat, basically. Okay, there's a dog here. It's not hostile. Pretty sure it's the same dog. So we have managed to get ourselves out of that situation.
we now have this one dog here. We have another dog and its comrade over here. And we have this guy in the nest. If we can deal with them, I think we can get these people back. I think we can take these guys off the thing. So
True to Kaiser.
and you are just chilling there. Why are you just chilling there? Dog's like, buddy, move your ass. You are in my way. Alright, I'm gonna use some purified water. Did I knock it?
Another.
I knocked him over. Okay, I'm actually gonna check that again because I accidentally aggroed somebody else because I knocked him over. I don't know. Okay, they do all aggro either way. Okay, that's good to know. That dog also aggroed, interestingly enough. Let's see who shows up. Two people in here or just the one? I only see one for now. I'm gonna take out my fingers. 5, 6. Okay, I think it's 7 hits for a knockdown. I need your gun. Excuse me. Let's go ahead and close the door. Give ourselves some privacy. And then we can try to take this guy out, see how it goes. So we have now taken out we've taken out basically everyone at this point who is a major threat. There's one more guy who is a patrol. And if we can take him out, we will be all set. But he is a patrol, and there's only one of him. So with only one patrol who's actually patrolling in the opposite direction of the direction that we need to go, I might actually be able to get the crucified people out and move on from there. So we'll just have to see. It's not even a half-life in it. Hold on, wait a second. Boop. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so this guy I think has 8 hits in it. Alright, so we managed to pull this guy in here. And if we can take this guy out, I do think that we might be able to just take the crucified people and literally walk out the door. That might be just like an option that's available to us. We'll have to find out.
I don't think that I'm gonna bother knocking this guy out again.
Come on.
You know, I figure that doing a quadruple uppercut is probably the better way of knocking him over than the alternative. Seems that was correct. Okay, you're on the ground, and you're still blocking even though you're on the ground, like somehow. Okay, we're all set. So, that one's toast. This room just got even more bloody than it started. And we can pop out to the door. Take a look around. Okay. We are in combat with this dog again. So I'm just going to sit here in the back. And I think that when the dog fully de-aggroed... I should have crouched to see if I'd actually de-aggroed the dog or not. I think when the dog de-aggroes, it will not be able to recognize me later. At least not from that kind of distance. Oh, man. You know, this is going pretty smooth, actually. Like, this is not going badly so far. Once we're out of caution, we can pop back outside, and then I'm gonna try pulling these guys down. And once I've pulled them down, we will see if the dogs are gonna aggro onto them. If the dogs are gonna aggro onto them directly, then I'll have to probably fight and take down the dog. I'm not gonna be able to leave the dog up if it's going to attack these people. And go ahead and tie this guy. Tie this guy. Tie this guy.
Had enough? Watch out!
This guy is hostile. The dogs do not appear to be aggroing. Get the fuck away, buddy. Guys, just keep running. Don't stop moving. Alright. I don't know where the explorer dude went. Oh, that is a... Where did the... Okay, that's... Where are they going? Guys. I'm so confused right now. Alright. I'm just gonna have to reload this. Alright. So they're just like wandering around this base. I was expecting them to either follow me or go toward the exit. And they did not do either. So this guy
True to Kaiser.
is punchable.
Another kill to my name.
And we can just punch him, just jump into this building. And the dogs can't come in, but he will, which means that we are all set. So with this guy down, we will still have the dogs to worry about, but that's not that big a deal, honestly. I can kind of deal with that. Whoa, Jesus Christ. That guy took so many hits to knock over. Oh god, where'd your weapon go? Blink, blink, blink. Alright. So with this guy down, we just have the, oh, there's stuff this guy... This guy takes 9 hits? Jesus. This guy's like, just takes so many hits to go down to stamina damage. It's just nuts. Alright, so I guess part of it is that the durability on that is steadily deteriorating. I think I'm actually going to swap, since that thing's probably pretty low by now. I'm going to swap over to the other gloves. I guess we'll just punch you in the crotch. Why not? Stomp from this angle is... Oh, interesting. And got achievement, got experience for it. You seem to be, okay. It's like you seem to be stuck in that. So I'm swapping to the taped fists. I think the taped fists do less damage than... Oh my god, am I wrong? Does the boxing tape do more damage than baseline? I thought that the boxing tape also dealt less. If I could have killed these guys infinitely faster by just equipping the fucking boxing tape. Right, so we're gonna wait this out. So once we've de-aggroed the things outside, they will no longer be attacking me. I don't know if they are going to be intrinsically hostile to these soldiers or not. I don't actually know. It didn't look like they were aggroing on them initially. It looked to me like they aggroed on me because the soldier aggroed on me. Like that's the indication that I got from that. But we'll just have to see. Okay. Either way, we have done our little stealth mission here. Those are still hostile. Am I not wearing my disguise? I am still wearing my disguise. So why are they still hostile? That's the question. So those are both unconscious now. So if I go over here, can I de-aggro them more permanently? If they don't de-aggro when I do this, then I'm probably going to I'm probably just gonna not worry about it, I guess, and just take them out. I could also just knock them out, but I don't want to glitch out the three people that are running away. So we'll see. I'll deal with the crucifixions. Once I've dealt with the crucifixions, I'm not in a rush at that point to go after the leader. I can take out the leader later. The leader is in a group of 3, which is going to be... I think that's going to be too much for me to handle. They are still hostile. Nope, that's a different target. They are still hostile. Alright, well, since they are still hostile, I'm just not going to worry about it. It does seem like I'm doing more damage, but maybe not. These are only worth 1 experience.
feel bad killing the dogs, but at the same time, again, like, you're not gonna, like, re-educate the dogs. That's not a thing you can do. Who is hostile to me right now? Interesting. Seems like there were a lot of people that were hostile to me. Tie this guy.
Patrolling the Mojave almost makes you wish for a nuclear winter.
I'm going to take off my uniform. And just bring these guys. Do I need, hypothetically? There's one here. They do seem to be going that general direction. And I have my reinforced leather armor.
Patrolling the Mojave almost makes you wish for a nuclear winter.
Alright, I'm gonna save this. And these guys do appear to be in the clear for now. And with them in the clear, I think I'm going to save this with a hard save just in case. And I now need to figure out, do I want to take out the leader of this place now? And do I want to bring the finger over? Those are the basic issues. Do I want to call in reinforcements? Because I don't think I do. Honestly, I don't think I want to bring in reinforcements. So what we're gonna do, I think I could just use the weapon binding ritual. If I've got a weapon binding ritual up, I might. Oh, I'm now sick with minor sleep deprivation. That's an issue. So I'm gonna need to. I should have taken a nap while I was over there. I just didn't think about it. We can use some corn if we want. How's that feel? It's really high still. All right, so let's use the corn. So, no longer dehydrated. I am still sleepy, which is fine. And I have Centurion armor up. And what we're going to do is basically, we're going to pop in here and just activate all of our shit and see how it goes. I could use the boxing times thing. I'm not sure if I want to allow myself to do that. This is kind of like a boss fight situation.
Another kill to my
Wait, what? This guy's hostile. I'm confused. Weird. I'm gonna reload the quick save. Now the reason that I'm reloading the quick save is actually not because I don't want to fight those two right now. It's actually because the fact that those two aggroed, it makes a degree of sense that they aggroed. So what I'm going to try to do is basically just be ready to instantaneously go into combat when I get in there. So I don't think I'm going to do anything too complicated. I think I'm basically going to just like save the game. We will pop our weapon binding ritual, pop in here, and then immediately dive the guy on the right and do some burst damage on him before we basically move on. The other guy hasn't even aggroed yet. I need to take this shotgun. I don't know why the boss isn't aggroing.
You like that? You like that? You pay for that.
Right there. We aggroed the boss, which is good. I didn't want to fight without the boss. That guy's almost dead, isn't he?
Retribution.
I'm gonna actually use. Do I wanna VATS you? I think yes. So I'm gonna try to take this guy out. The other guy's moved out of range, it looks like. Okay, so that guy is almost dead. He's about to be dead. Interestingly enough, the boss himself has an Uzi, which is something that I'm very strong against. At some point, this guy's gonna get knocked unconscious. I think that's what just happened. And with him out, we just won this fight. That was actually a lot easier than I anticipated it would be. For your overwhelmingly monstrous behavior, you've been vilified by the community. Okay, cool beans. So, take the submachine gun, take the healing powder, a liberator, huh? What does this do? That is a very expensive weapon. Take the purified water, and we can take the thingers. Take the bitter drink just for the hell of it. Anything else that I need here? Don't think so. Cool beans. So, we have now taken out this space. Cool beans. I guess what we'll do now is I'm going to go talk to the NCR folks. We can equip our revolver, assuming. Do I already have it equipped? We're going to swap our gear, and we're going to head back to that base. What time is it? It's 2:38. I'm now sick with minor dehydration. That's fine. I'm planning on going back to Good Springs after we finish up here. And basically, now that I've taken out the leader, I can go talk to those people back there. And we have now accomplished multiple objectives. Hopefully we'll get a shit ton of experience. We might get none, because we did not, in fact, have any sort of quest or anything to do this. So we might not get anything meaningful out of it, but it's hard to say.
Well, well. If it isn't the courier who wiped out the Legion over at Nelson, good to see you around the Hope.
Okay. It looks like I was able to get a few of the hostages out of it.
I have to admit, I didn't think you could do it. Guess that makes me the sap and you the hero. I'm not authorized to pay for contract work, but here's something for the effort. And I'll make sure everyone hears about what you did. Thanks.
We won't
We
go
won't
quiet.
go quiet.
Legion can count that.
Okay.
You're always welcome around the Hope, courier. At least as far as I'm concerned.
Okay, cool beans. And it looks like... Oh, wait, well, we got 150 experience. That's not terrible. Let's take a look at our world map. So we've got the abandoned bunker over here. And what else do we need to do? I think that we're just going to pop back to the place and do our rest up for now. Yeah, let's get some let's get a drink and rest at our... Oh no, we have a house now. I completely forgot that we have like our own actual house now. Alright, so I'm gonna do 2 drinks. I think that each drink gives you 200-ish. So we can now go back to our house in Novak, because our house in Novak is where we should be sleeping, because we actually bought a house. Or we're given a house, or whatever. And by house, I mean, you know, like a room. And we can figure out what we want to do over here.
And I'm going to go ahead and do a hard save. Now that we've completed that mission over there. And it is Thinger. How much sleep do I need? Decent bit. I'm actually curious, if I were to sleep for 12 hours, will it heal me? Because I'm on hardcore mode, so if it doesn't heal me when I sleep for 12 hours, I'm just going to sleep for 12 hours just to get myself to the point where I can do the Thinger quest. And no, that it healed the fuck out of me, so never mind that. We are going to reload this and sleep for 3 or 4 hours. 4 hours. Okay. Wait, what? That healed me too? What does Bull Rested do? Oh, 10% experience boost. That's kind of cool. Give me a second. If I sleep for 2 hours, does that heal me? Huh. It looks like when I sleep in my own bed, it actually heals me, and I don't get that when I don't sleep in here. I will allow it. I'm only sleeping when I'm sleep deprived. I'll allow it. I'm not that concerned about it. I think that it's fine. So, let's see here. Because it doesn't make, I think, a lot of sense for me to go to a house that isn't mine to sleep when I have a base of operations. It seems very silly. Like, that would be very, like, even more arbitrary than the nonsense that I usually go through. So, it's fine. I'm not going to be doing a lot while I'm sleep deprived. I'm going to make an effort to be, like, going from the place immediately to what I need to do. We do have the well-rested buff. We have the thing. Do I want to... Though Hobby Drive-In is not a place I need to go right now. Sorry, but in the background there's the stuff. I do apologize. It's just people cutting grass. Anything else? Everything that I... Weirdly enough, everything that I need to do right now happens at midnight. I'm going to go ahead and just pass time until midnight. Oh, but... Then I'm putting a timer on the thinger. You know what? I'm actually going to go back to my room and sleep until midnight. Because from a practical perspective, I'm not going to get any benefit out of it. I'm just going to get negatives associated with that. It delays the next time that I can rest. So I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to sleep until about 11 o'clock, and then we're going to go out and do this thing. I think that's what I want to do. So we need to sleep for 10 hours. And probably would have been more appropriate to sleep for 9 hours. But it's fine. So we're going to run over here. And because we just want to pass the time, but if I pass the time by passing time the normal way, then what I'm doing is making it's making it faster for me to get the ability to do other stuff. Hey, buddy. How's it going? gonna just save this. I don't really want to allow this guy to... Okay. I'm very confused. Because he's just been randomly shooting up these cows, is my understanding. Like, I don't think he's even been, like, eating them or anything. He's just, like, shooting them. For shits and giggles or something. There's no name on this guy. I'm not that concerned about taking him out here. I don't think I broke the quest there. The Screams of Brahmin. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and mute my mic.
Find anything? Well, I don't know how you've done it, but I do know how I can thank you. Please take this, compliments of Alice and myself. And help yourself to anything in that freezer over yonder. We got more steaks in there than we'd be able to eat in a year. So long.
What can I do for you? Later. What can I do for you? Yeah, and I need sterile medical supplies. But let's see what I have with me. Pleasure doing business with you. Bye.
they have moved further away from my window, so it's not going to be as loud anymore. You guys can probably still hear the stuff in the background, but it won't be as bad. So we have returned. I was expecting to get some experience for finding that guy that was shooting the Brahmin. I am a little terrified of the fact that this seems like these are the impacts from probably cannons or something up there, question mark. But it's probably fine, right? We'll just have to see how things are. They don't seem like they're hostile to me yet. I'm probably going to take it. I'm wearing my leather armor, okay?
You're heading out, be careful. There's been lots of looting.
Interesting. So they have this place secured for now. I was not expecting this place to be under the control of the NCR right now. It's Camp Forlorn Hope. Wonder what those are about. Let's see here. How loud is that? It's not that terrible. Definitely not optimal.
Oh, what are you doing here?
Seeing around my window is a little
I'm
suspicious.
not sneaking. I'm just stretching my legs. I should be getting back though. It's late. Good night. Aren't you the guy that helped wipe out Nelson? Holy shit, man, that's fucking crazy.
Let's see. So, how are things around here?
Kidding me, man? How are things? They're all fucked up. That's how things are.
Oh no.
Everyone is either starving or dying out here. About to dry by the rest of the NCR. Fuck this place. I'd rather be anywhere else but here.
Alright, what's the problem?
My problem? My problem is we're all going to die. We're out of food, we're out of men, and we're out of time. Legion is right outside waiting to kill us all. Today, tomorrow, it doesn't matter. We're all going to die here. So why don't you just leave me alone?
Okay.
Yeah, whatever.
I mean, I did take out the enemy encampment that's nearby. I mean, there's a couple people there, but I don't think that there's enough of them to hold you guys off if you assault it. So guess we'll find out. I guess I'll go into the command center. We'll talk to this person. It's starting to get louder again. Let's see. Let's do a hard save here. This is going to be kind of interesting. They might give me the mission to go wipe out the guy that I already took out.
Hey, you're not one of the troopers. Got a second? I have work I need done, and nobody here at the camp has the time or inclination to help me out.
What do you need help with?
I have the delightful task of tabulating stockpiles, kill ratios, mission success rates, radiation deaths, and other truly fascinating numbers.
Yay, numbers.
I've come across numerous inconsistencies between our numbers and our reports, especially with regards to intercepting hostiles. I'm wondering if our radio security codes have been compromised. I need someone to deliver security code upgrades to each of the ranger stations.
What makes you think you trust me with security
The
codes?
security codes are unique to the radios at each ranger station. They're useless anywhere else.
Okay. I don't know that that's actually accurate. I think with all of the security codes, you could probably do some reverse engineering from having such a large compilation of them. And if not, then maybe not. That's not entirely true. That's not how encryption works. Okay. 2182.
This holotape contains the updated security codes for the ranger stations. Show it to the comm officers there. Once the new codes are in use, anyone still using the old codes will just hear static if they're listening in on our frequencies.
Okay.
Bye.
Hello.
So, I don't see the commander. Hello, Major Politely. You look so much. You are the very model of a modern Major General, I'm not gonna lie.
I have a report here that says the Legion forces at Nelson have been taken care of and that you had a hand in it. You have my thanks for that. Those guys have been giving us a lot of trouble for a long time now. Now that they're gone, we'll be able to prepare for the upcoming conflict at Hoover Dam.
Alright, what do you need help with?
I'm short-staffed, and I don't have the time to take care of some issues around the camp. I need someone to talk to a few of the officers and help them resolve some of the problems around here.
Alright,
Good. Let's not waste time then. Our biggest problems right now are supplies and troops, and the Legion is draining us both. Quartermaster Mays has been complaining to me non-stop about the lack of supplies. But unfortunately, we aren't getting a resupply anytime soon. I want you to speak with him and see if there's anything you can do for him. Watch out!
Okay. That's easy enough to do. Time 301. It is 301, which means that I actually am going to have to end things here for now. So we've made actually a lot more progress than I was expecting to, especially after I screwed around for so long. Sorry. Oh, thanks for the follow, Bandit Brethren. Let's see. So that's going to be it for today. Next time we will probably start up some of the DLC content. I'm thinking that's what we'll do. We might do these quests here as well. I'm not really sure, but I'm thinking about starting up one of those things. And I've been really enjoying this. This has been a lot of fun. I think we're starting to get to the point where things are going to be easier for us. I was really heavily reliant on the thingamabobber stuff, the weapon binding ritual for a while, and I was reliant on the boxing gloves for a long while. I'm still reasonably reliant on them, but I think that it's been easier now that I've got the thing that knocks the enemies over. That really helps a ton. Like, that's a major upgrade, and we're about to hit level 10, so we'll be able to get another perk then. But anyway, that is going to be it for now, so thank you for watching. It's been a pleasure streaming for you today, and I hope to see you again next time. So everyone, stay safe, take care of each other, and all that jazz. Later, folks.